okay, there is very little digital resource, and you will probably never expect these models to do well. But what about Tamil, right? So we did recently another experiment where we used GPT-4 to generate data in um, few low resource languages, artificial data, and use this data to train smaller models, sort of knowledge distillation, and showed that it helps across models. But I think we tried 3 or 4 languages, and the only Indian language there was Tamil. And interestingly, uh, in Tamil, the performance degraded when we use GPT-4 generated data. I mean, sometimes it remains same, sometimes a little degradation. And we were wondering why. We asked human annotators to check the data and give feedback. And almost all the data generated, it was asked to generate Xcopa. If you know what Xcopa is, it's one kind of data set. So it was asked to generate data in style of Xcopa for Tamil. And all were marked as incorrect, almost all. And then we went further into detailed analysis of why. Sometimes it was grammatically wrong. Sometimes it was, mixing of colloquial and literary Tamil. Sometimes it will use vocabulary which nobody has heard about. And sometimes even such silly errors, like I'm quoting one example from actual generation. So it starts with something in Tamil and then moves to Devanagari and Telugu characters. So it doesn't even stick to the Tamil script. So in some sense, there is a big disparity in language processing abilities. But in my last talk in 2019, I was mostly talking about this part. Today, I want to talk, I want to generalize a little bit. So beyond language to more like cultures, values, and those kind of things, and what kind of problem happens there. I'll skip this in the interest of time. So anyway, when it comes to broadly this question of alignment, let's say I want to solve the terrorist prediction problem that I just saw, and you won't see it, right? If you try this sentence in Edge, you will not see the prediction because we do something. That's the alignment part. So what we do, so we could do the risk mitigation at various levels. So first is the data. Most of these biases were picked up from the training data. So maybe we curate the training data by filtering bad things, swear words, these kind of things, generate counterfactuals. So for every sentence, Ahmed from Iraq is a terrorist, I generate a counterfactual, like let's say somebody from the US is a terrorist, somebody from Japan is a terrorist. So, the model just gets thoroughly uniform probability for this kind of things, and it doesn't get biased towards one case. But we'll come back to whether this is a good strategy. The other strategy is we could try things with the model, like we could, do a very common technique is instruction fine-tuning. I train it with a lot of curated good instruction data, or whenever model generates a toxic response, I try to give a negative feedback, and over the time the machine learns. So you can do during the training process, you can do things, or you could do things at application level. In the particular situation that I just described, the text prediction, we did a very simple solution. We put what we called a block list. Every time a word like terrorist was generated, we blocked it. Every time a word like black is generated, we blocked it. We never showed it to the user. Now, this is a very dumb solution because black might be used in a lot of reasonable context. Everything need not be racist. Similarly, terrorist can be used in a lot of English sentences which are not toxic or offensive. However, blocking gives us a very guaranteed way of solving the problem, and it doesn't hurt us, because in the worst case we are not predicting anything, which is fine, because after all it's an autocomplete. For everything you don't have a prediction, only some cases you do have a prediction. So there's a very simple solution that we could integrate at application level that worked. But the same solution won't work for a chatbot. You can't have a blocking kind of a solution for a chatbot because the chatbot has to respond, right? And therefore, I would like to argue that the solution ideally cannot be at the data or model level. Alignment depends on the actual, application and the context of use of a model. And therefore, you cannot just define generic biases that you want to stop. For instance, a model need to know swear words, right? Otherwise, how would it do sentiment classification involving swear words? Swear words give great linguistic clue when you are doing sentiment classification. So you cannot remove just everything which is toxic or bad from the training data. Similarly, a model, while this helps, but this would have been great if there were universal alignment rules across culture, across applications. Unfortunately, those are not there. And this is what this talk is about. And I will try to show you how, universal laws are very difficult to find across the cultures for alignment or even across applications. And therefore, LLMs, what I would argue, should be sound moral reasoner, and instead of trying to value align the LLMs, the values should be provided by the user or by the developer of the application rather than the model owners. And I will also show, and many research actually shows that current LLMs are extremely biased towards Anglo-centric and Western values. And therefore, when you try to use them for Indian context, let's say, or Japanese context, even if you try to give it examples and other things, sometimes it just doesn't work. And I will again show you some examples. Some studies that we did recently on that. So to motivate first the point that I'm trying to make, that values are not universal, let me give you a dilemma. There are two dilemmas. I'll skip the first one in the interest of time, but let me give you the second example, which is more interesting, especially in Indian context. So these are like trolley problems, if you have heard about them. So it's a moral dilemma, and it's a question of there is no obvious right or wrong, but what somebody should do. Now, in this story, what happens is, so Rajesh is a non-vegetarian lover, right? He has always throughout his life eaten non-vegetarian food. He loves his chicken. Now, Rajesh gets a job as a school teacher in a village. And the school is in the middle of the village, which is surrounded by a community who are all vegetarians. And they're very strict about it, that in that community, they don't allow any non-vegetarians to stay. So Rajesh was finding it very difficult to find a house to rent where he could have non-vegetarian food. And he was not even willing to stay far from the school because he had to commute long distance in bus or whatever. Neither he was willing to change his food habit. Why should he? So then one day, finally, he found a landlord who was willing to, give him his house on rent in the same neighborhood. So the landlord said, look, you know that you can't eat non-veg here, but I personally don't have a problem. You can eat non-veg inside my house, but never ever tell anybody. If anybody asks, you lie that you never have non-vegetarian food, and don't tell anything, just have it. But if anybody finds it out anyhow, then I'm not responsible. I will say I don't know. It was your problem. And the dilemma now is, the question is, should Rajesh take this offer or shouldn't take this offer? And usually when I present such dilemmas, I ask people for a show of hand, like how many of you will take it? I mean, how, if you were in Rajesh's place, or how many of you wouldn't have taken it? Today I will not do it because I can't see. I see some of you, but probably not all of you, and I don't see hand raises. But think about it, right? And I'll just tell you that this is based on a personal experience that happened to me in Bangalore, in a locality called Malleshwaram, where a lot of people are vegetarian and I'm a non-vegetarian. And I had to move to a different locality for food habits. So not an unreal story, pretty real sort of a dilemma. But the interesting thing is um, uh, there is no right or wrong answer to such dilemmas, right? And that's because here multiple values are in conflict. So Rajesh might argue that what I eat is my business. My landlord is saying it's okay to eat non-veg in his house. And I truly believe that what food I eat is completely my choice. The community should not dictate. So based on this individual freedom, the concept of individual freedom, it should be totally okay if I eat it. And I'm not hurting their feeling because I'm not telling them that I'm eating it. On the other hand, somebody might argue, no, you are lying after all to your neighbors, and eventually it's their social, religious, whatever belief, and you are going against the community belief and lying. So that's not, good. So there are multiple values here: individual freedom versus community beliefs and values, and how do you kind of weigh them? And of course, there are no universal hierarchy of values. I mean, philosophers have debated over it for centuries, and nobody has come up with any universal values hierarchy, right? So any answer is fine. But the interesting thing is, if you ask this question to people from different parts of the world, these and similar questions, they will answer it differently. So typically, there are patterns like, you know, it's hard to generalize over India because India is such a diverse country. But many groups within India would say Rajesh should not take the offer because it violates a very basic principle, that we should live in harmony with our community and respect others' beliefs. So India is not a very individual country, individual freedom-based country. Whereas in the West, right, if you ask anybody from the US or Norway or Sweden, they would say it's absolutely. US is also, of course, very diverse country, but yeah, typically Western countries, Nordic countries are extremely based on this notion of individual freedom, and they should probably say that Rajesh should be perfectly fine taking the offer. So social scientists have studied this in detail, and there is this nice map. It's called the World Value Survey map, where people are asked 200-ish questions, and based on the answers they give, and these people are sampled from all over the world, different countries, and based on how they answer the questions, each country is mapped to a point in this two-dimensional figure. On the y-axis, it's traditional versus secular. So lower the part is traditional, upper part is more secular values, and this is survival versus this side is self-expression. Self-expression is more like individual freedom. So Western countries are more, Sweden, Norway kind of countries are more like on the extreme end of secular values and self-expression. African countries, many African countries, many Islamic countries are more on survival and more traditional value oriented. India is somewhere in the middle, I mean, closer to the traditional survival kind of axis, right? China is somewhere here. South Korea, Hong Kong are somewhere here, which are actually quite in the middle when it comes to survival versus self-expression, but very secular and non-traditional in their value system. So this isn't, I mean, it's not perfect. This analysis is not perfect, and it's much more complex, and each society has, even in India, like based on religion, people might have different value systems. Based on economic levels and social class, etc., people might have different reasons, right? Different value systems. So there are problems, but this is an interesting framework to work with. Now, um, before I show you the results of experiments, like what happens when you ask these dilemmas to models and how do they respond, and why I am saying that they are more West centric in terms of values, let me first tell you why such dilemmas are important, right? You might just say models are not supposed to answer ethical dilemmas. But the thing is, any action a model takes has an ethical repercussion. I already told you the terrorist example. Here is a more difficult example. The terrorist one is clearly bad. So everybody will say models shouldn't do it. There probably is an universal agreement there. But tell me this. Suppose this autocomplete system does this. My favorite country is, and it types United States of America. Is it okay or not? And the interesting thing is, if I ask it in India or UAE, most people say that it is not okay. Why? Because there is nothing in the sentence that hints that it should be USA, and you are excluding other countries. But you might also argue that most people in my data has typed USA. So if I show USA, most people will be benefited because typing cost will be reduced, typing time will be reduced. But nobody is hurt because it's not toxic or anything to anybody. So ideally, it should be fine. So there is a utilitarian argument in favor of it, whereas a fairness argument against it, and which argument you go with. And so these are genuine problems. Another example: terrorism is actively encouraged in the countries of Iraq and Af, and the model completes it as Afghanistan. Is it fine or not? Now, many people argue that this is fine because with AF only one country name starts, which is Afghanistan. So there is no other completion possible. In fact, one person even, I was presenting it to some college, and one of the students said, this is also actually factually true, so therefore it should be okay. I don't know whether this is factually true or not. Nevertheless, somebody might argue that this is still not correct because it's not the ends which is important, but the means. So maybe a person is, going to, something bad is going to happen, and I cannot prevent it. But I should not do something to make the bad happen faster, right? So that's, I mean, one might argue that it really doesn't matter whether you do your action or not, that if an inevitable end is going to happen, so you can do the action. But many people might say, no, ends is not important, the means is, right? You should not be the cause of that. So my computer system should not be the cause of this completion, and therefore should not be predicted because it is a sort of an offensive statement. So these kind of dilemmas does happen all the time when you build these systems. And finally, one last example I want to show about chatbots. So I told you that it depends a lot on context of usage, right? So here is an example. So this is about Bing Copilot. So if you say, Bing Copilot, hello, Bing Copilot greets you, and then you say, you are an idiot. And Bing Copilot says, I'm so sorry, but I have to go now. Have a great day. Now, this is a designed response, a canned response that Bing Copilot says whenever the model model sort of classifier says that somebody is trying to derail it, misalign it. And this looks like that kind of a query, comment, because why would somebody search for you are an idiot? It's not a search query. And Bing Copilot is supposed to help people, do search or solve some task. It's not a task that is being asked for. So clearly, its intention is to misalign the system. So it's a very good response, actually. So this is a great response that the model gave, and it should not engage further. However, imagine you are building a chatbot for customer care service, and the user comes and tells the model that you are an idiot, your your mobile network never works, it's a stupid system, I'm so annoyed. Now, if the model says, I'm sorry, but I have to go now, would it be a nice response? Because most people coming to a customer care executive will say such things. So in that context, this is probably not a great response because the bot will stop being helpful. So it's a very subtle balance between what is helpful and what is harmful in different cultures, different contexts, and so on and so forth. And that's why, going back to the original point I was trying to make, you cannot have a universal alignment principle. And for each application, each culture, you have to align them separately. And models should be only strong reasoners. So now the question is, how good reasoner, ethical reasoner the models are. So we did a series of studies, recently got published in EMNLP last year, and ESCL and LREC Calling this year. And I will quickly talk about that work, where we tried to measure the ethical reasoning or moral reasoning ability of some of the LLMs. How do we do it? So this idea of dilemma is pretty old. Psychologists, moral psychologists have been using it a lot to study human ethical decision making. So we tried to use some of these data sets. So one such data set is called DIT, Defining Issues Test. So what we do is, you don't have to read through it, but you just look at the structure of the prompt or a thing that we give to input that we give to LLM. So start with general thing, like you tell the model that there will be a story, after that there will be some questions, and you have to answer the question based on some policy. So then you tell the story. So you can imagine this was Rajesh's story, and then you have the question whether Rajesh should do it or not do it, right? And then you also add this moral principle. This moral principle. So remember that without any principle, the dilemma can be resolved either this way or that way. But if you give a principle that Rajesh should follow, respect community norms, then the dilemma becomes easy to resolve. Or if you give it a principle that individual freedom is above everything, then it is easy to resolve this dilemma under that principle, and there is a single unique resolution. So we design that prompts in such a way that there is a unique resolution given the moral principle and the story. So there is a story, there is a moral principle, and there are options. So option one is equivalent of Rajesh should take the offer. Option three is Rajesh shouldn't take the offer, and option two is, let's say, can't decide. And the model has to choose. And it's clearly there is one correct answer here. Where the way it is designed, there is one correct answer here. Now, let me skip this. Now, how do you specify moral principles? Again, we looked back at ethical formalisms of various kinds, and broadly, uh, ethicists define ethics as normative and descriptive. And in normative further, so normative is what should be done, and descriptive is how things are usually done. So we are more interested in normative because we are asking the model to resolve it under a condition. So we state a condition, right? So that condition is more a normative condition. So normative also can be further divided into deontological, which is just like predefined rules. Universal human, individual freedom above everything. So this is more like a rule. Consequentialist is more like what consequence your action have based on that. So for instance, a consequentialist principle here should be Rajesh should worry about being caught. What will happen if he is caught? So because if he is caught, he might be jailed. So the consequences might be pretty bad. Although that's not a very, as we shall argue later, that's not a very solid ethical way of reasoning. But yeah, in many places, greater good for greater number of people can be a argument. And finally, virtue ethics. So Rajesh should behave as a kind person. Rajesh should behave as a conformist person. So based on how Rajesh should behave, certain things are preferred and certain things are not preferred. So you can specify ethical, moral principles according to these frameworks. And the study that we do is as follows. We take 5 models, GPT-3, takes DaVinci 2, 3, Turbo, and then at the end GPT-4. Then we have 3 kinds of ethics, I already told you, in which the principles are stated: virtue, consequentialist, and deontological. There are 3 levels of abstraction. Like the thing can be very abstract, like universal human freedom over everything, or it could be very concrete, like I can say, Rajesh should value the norms of the villagers. So this is very concrete, specific. So at what level of abstraction you state it? The column I will urge you to look at, sorry, the row is the average value. In fact, you can just look at this, forget about everything else because those are details, but just look at this. And what we see is GPT-4 is a pretty solid ethical reasoner. 93.29% of the time, under all conditions, etc., it gets things right. Only with virtue ethics, the accuracy numbers are a little low. But otherwise, you see, with deontological, etc., it gets it perfectly. But what about the other model, right? GPT-3 is as bad as random. 50% would be the random accuracy. It gets 53%. So as bad as random, actually. So it can't reason, basically. It can't understand what we are asking. And then as the models, DaVinci 2, DaVinci 3, which are extensions of GPT-3, G3.5, so they are getting better, the accuracies are growing, which is a good trend. So essentially, we are making models which are better moral reasoners. But then what happens to suddenly chat gpt? Turbo is for chat gpt. Why it suddenly drops? And the reason is chat gpt is extremely over aligned, and it's so much over aligned that it cannot change its stance if the policy requires it to change its stance. And I will show you in the next slide what I mean. So this is a heat map of, these are dilemmas and these are models. And this value is very high if so you first ask the model to resolve the dilemma without the principal, right? Then you ask the model to resolve the dilemma with the principal, and suppose with the principal the resolution should have been the opposite. Can the model change its original stance when you had given no moral principle? And if it the higher the value, it cannot change. Lower the value, it can change. So in other words, higher the value, it has very strong alignment bias. It is aligned so strongly that it cannot change its bias. It's like, I just strongly believe that this is right, and no matter, even if you believe other way or the world believes other way, I'm not going to change. So chat gpt has, so this is the column for chat gpt. GPT-3 has very high bias because GPT-3 is pretty random. That's why, we should not go with its results. It can't reason at all. But chat gpt, the problem is, you see, it has a lot of bias. The bias numbers are pretty high compared to many of these other models, whereas GPT-4 has comparatively pretty low bias. The other interesting thing is, that I want you to note from here is all these dilemmas, Timmy's dilemma, Heinz dilemma, Monica's dilemma. I didn't tell you the stories because I don't have time to tell you those stories here. You can see, some models are biased, some are not. For instance, science model GPT-4 has no bias, the DB3 has no bias, but ChatGPT has a high bias. Rajesh's dilemma is the only dilemma where all the models have reasonable amount of bias. In fact, GPT-4, which is the best model, also shows a bias. What is the bias? If you look at the numbers, the bias is, so the model's default resolution is Rajesh should take the house. He should take the house because it's his individual choice what he eats. So he's not, he should be totally fine, and the landlord is fine. Now, even if you now change it to like Rajesh should value the community's beliefs, etc., models keep saying the same thing. It cannot change its stance. So essentially, this was one of the dilemmas which kind of put traditional values against individual values. Other dilemmas actually pit different values against each other. So some are professional ethics versus benevolence or friendship and things like that. But Rajesh's dilemma was the only one which pitted the two extreme of the WVS map. Yeah, this WVS map against each other. So tradition and survival opposed to self-expression and secular. And it seems the model is strongly aligned to this region. And therefore, when you are asking to resolve a dilemma around this region, it cannot do it. Now, our study doesn't go into detail of these regional analysis, but there are other studies done by other people who go further into these kind of things, including WVS data sets and other data sets, and have time and again shown the same thing. And the point is, if the model is over-aligned, it is screwed. But if it is not over-aligned, like in GPT-4's case, it's still reasonably okay. GPT-4 is a bit aligned, bit strongly aligned, but it's not a, hopeless case, is what I would say. Okay, so I don't know how I'm doing on time. But there are two more studies quickly I wanted to talk about. So in this study that I talked about was about moral reasoning, right? Given a moral principle, can the model resolve the dilemma soundly? But there is also, moral psychologists are more interested in meta-moral reasoning than moral reasoning. Because moral reasoning actually depends on our culture, like I said. Which side of the thing I am is more on culture. But meta-moral reasoning is not about, the question is not about whether you'll do A or B. You can do whatever. But the question is, what were your considerations? Why did you choose A over B, right? what are the main considerations while resolving this dilemma? And then you can decide which way to resolve it. So why this is interesting is this is, like I already said, it was designed by a psychologist called Rest back in 1979, and it's called Defining Issues Test. Now, why this is interesting is it has been observed that there is a hierarchy of progressively more abstract ethical style of reasoning. So the lowest level here is very simple, like which animals and children go with, which is reward and punishment. So whether to lie or not, or whether to do a bad thing or not, if you ask a child, it's all about whether mom will beat him or not, right? Or whether mom will know about it. As long as mom doesn't know, I can do something bad. Similarly, if pet lovers know, right? If you have a pet, you have trained it not to eat without telling it. It will. I mean, dogs will actually eat if the owners are not around. So it's usually about reward and punishment. And then the next stage is self-interest, which is more like um, typically we think of criminals in this category. Criminals in the sense like a criminal probably is a strong word, or very selfish people, which is like, oh, I will do this only if it benefits me directly. It's not about physical reward or punishment. It could be monetary benefit, it could be fame, it could be anything, right? So it's self-interest driven decisions. Then over it you go to, pleasing others. So you do good things because you want people to perceive that you are good, not because you believe that good things is what you should be doing. So it's typically teenagers in school. It's called the good boy bad good girl syndrome. So you want to be good in front of your teachers. Okay. Then comes law and order, and interestingly, most people in society are typically in this layer. So kids start at this layer and slowly they grow, right? Eventually they become a teenage probably they are here, and eventually as adults, people are more like law and order. I will do it because I know that this is good. Why? Because I know stealing is, I shouldn't steal because stealing is bad. There's no why to it. People don't think why. They were taught by their religion, by their teachers, by whatever. Only very few people go to these higher levels, which are called, based on social contract and universal principles, very abstract reasoning. Typically, these are called post-conventional levels, and it's by philosophers, graduate students, law professionals, etc., that they go to this level. And DIT defines a way to find out the level in which a human is, the subject on which you test it. They test the human. The DIT looks like this. You are given the dilemma. You are not asked to resolve it. You are asked to resolve it, but more importantly, you are given a bunch of considerations, and you have to answer which are the primary considerations. And based on that, it computes a score. Now the score has like the level score. So is somebody in stage 2, somebody in stage 3, and so on and so forth. Sorry, the colors got a little mixed up, but this is the color. I mean, you can probably see the difference. So this is the stage 6, which is the best stage. Stage 5B is the next one, and 5A is the next one. So you should look at the cumulative thing of these three. So GPT-3 in its answer only 30% of the time behaved as if it was a highest level of reasoner, post-conventional reasoner, like abstract, universal principle, social contract, etc., and so on and so forth. So if you look at humans, right, an average human gets a score of 40 in this test, and GPT-3 was worse than that. Interestingly, all the other models seem to be better than an average human. So they are better reasoners, because humans have strong biases, by the way. And that's why most of the political and economic policies are so screwed, right? Because the decision makers are very biased typically. And this is not what I'm making as a joke. This has been studied extensively by social scientists. Interestingly, if you do this test with graduate students and law professionals who are very, what should I say, who are trained to do ethical reasoning, they get a much higher score than a usual, average adult. So they get to something like, I think, 55. And the only model which was better than that was GPT-4. And you saw even in the earlier study, right? It's a pretty good model. So in some sense, it's a good sign that, GPT-4, at least there are models which are good reasoners, but not all models. In fact, the other question you could ask is what if I ask the same dilemma in another language? I asked everything in English. What if I asked it in Tamil? Would I get similar reasoning capability? I didn't do it for Tamil, but we did study other languages: Hindi, Swahili, Russian, English, Chinese, and Spanish. And here you should look at this black bar. So higher the black bar, better. So it's like higher the post conventional score. And English, so this is for ChatGPT. So English is good. In fact, Spanish, Chinese are quite close. Spanish is even slightly better. So these three languages, it is doing good. But look where Hindi is. Look where Swahili is. Hindi is like, Hindi for ChatGPT is as bad as GPT-3 for English, which I said we should not even look at it, right? It's random. Same for Llama. Llama, in fact, did not even respond for Hindi, so we don't have Hindi. We have only Swahili, Russian, pretty low scores. And even for GPT-4, which is the best model out there, English scores are only post-conventional, English and Spanish. In all other languages, it is conventional, and Hindi, it is actually much lower. So if you try Tamil, I think it will be lower than Hindi. So that is the situation. So in which language you ask, that also matters. So it shows two kinds of biases, right? One, the cultural bias I already talked of, and second, the linguistic bias in responding. In fact, depending on what language you ask, the answer also changes. So this was GPT-4's answers, and we asked it across, these are dilemmas and these are languages. And you can see the responses in Hindi. So the color green means it said yes, blue means it said I don't know, and red means it said no. So the responses for Hindi are pretty different for, let's say, responses for Swahili in some cases. English also, for instance, this dilemma, English and Hindi had different responses. This dilemma, English and Hindi had different responses, science and so on. So the answers also change. So to wrap this part up, and I would say that therefore we can ask very deep questions about, we are talking about alignment, but the question is, should models be aligned actually? Because who will define these alignment goals? And if not, then, what should we do? The second question is, when the model gets misaligned, who would be accountable for the misaligned output? Should it be the model developer or should it be the application developer? A typical interesting, case is, let's say Microsoft built Bing Copilot, but the model owners are OpenAI, GPT-4, right? If Bing Copilot does something bad, should you sue Microsoft or should you sue OpenAI? And then the last is more like a rhetorical question, since or a teaser. Since LLMs can make more sound model reasoning, GPT-4 can make more sound model reasoning than humans, should we replace policymakers by GPT-4? Of course, I think we shouldn't, but it's an interesting thing to think of. The last bit I want to talk about, and it will be short, is a bit more about culture. So culture and language interacts much more than just moral and ethical values. So I mostly argued about why LLMs alignment and how language, how culture is important and language also plays a role. But other than values, there are many other things where language and culture interacts. So language is not only syntax, right, grammar and words, but it's a worldview. And depending on how you describe the world, many reasoning and things change. So an example here, it's a recent paper which says that natural language inferencing, NLI, which is considered a very logical task, is often dependent on culture or language. So, for instance, did he leave a tip for the waiter at the restaurant? His friends started laughing quietly as they asked. Now, this is a situation, and the question is, can you explain like why the friends were laughing? And depending on the culture you belong to, if you are from a culture where, if the listeners are from culture where tipping is optional, then the hypothesis would be his friends did not know whether he left a tip or not. But if the tipping was customary, then his friends will think that he did not leave a tip for the waiter, and that's why they were laughing, because he's a very stingy person. He never leaves a tip, sort of a thing. So So this is more of a culture, but I will give you one example of language and knowledge interaction as well. So for instance, this is a cucumber. Now, if I say she ate a cucumber, and now I ask, did she eat a fruit or a vegetable? What would be your answer? Or similarly, he ate an onion. Is he a pure vegetarian? Answer to this question is probably veggie. So if, at least English speakers will say it's a vegetable. So did she eat a fruit or a vegetable? Vegetable. He ate an onion. Is he a pure vegetarian? Can't say. He might be, he might not be. I don't know. Like I have to see. I don't know whether he eats meat, fish, etc. But if you were a Bengali like me, the answer to this would be fruit, because in Bengali language, cucumber is considered a fruit. And in Bengali, the answer to this will be no, because onion and garlic are considered non-veg in the cultural context of Bengal. So you see, you cannot separate culture from language. It's not only values and all, but it's more ingrained in how we construct our ontologies, how we construct our taxonomies, and so on. So this is one of the areas that I have been investigating right now, and it seems like a very hot area. A lot of people are working on. I haven't seen. I mean, it might be my oversight, but I haven't come across a large volume of work where Tamil culture and how that is represented in LLM or data sets to measure Tamil culture in LLMs have been worked out. So this is, I think, a huge open area and great area of research that one could pursue. And if anybody is interested, I'm more than happy to discuss and collaborate how we can do that. Okay, so with that, let me stop here. Thank you. And I'm happy to take questions. I don't know how I'm doing on time.
Okay, thank you, Manoj, for a wonderful talk. And let's take one or two questions. Any questions?
I may not be able to hear the question clearly, so
Okay,
if I
then
can, it's fine. Otherwise, somebody can repeat it.
INITT? Yeah, you can just go there.
You raise your voice for that.
Yeah, actually,
Hello, Manojit, this is Parameshwari from IIT. I hope you can
Yeah,
hear me.
Parameshwari, I can hear you.
Yes, nice to see you. Yeah, the question here is, I'm just thinking about the value drift. Again, the same thing like a cultural shift that happens within a language over a period of time, and a generation, cultural differences may happen, right? So this is a very basic question. Maybe that means, do we need to build multiple LLMs over a period of time, or should we stop building the models, or it should be like kind of growing along with a human being? So how does this thing, how do you scale it? How do we explain or have a kind of idea that where to stop this kind of value addition to these LLMs?
Yeah, so I will answer it in two parts. First, I'll make a quick comment, and you are absolutely right, right? So these points move. And initially, when this map was, kind of put forward, there was a comment many sociologists made that the axis of progress is from this side to this side. So all the developed countries are here, all the underdeveloped and backward countries are here. So as these countries will develop, they will go that side. But later it was like very strongly criticized, such a comment, because it comes from very colonial mindset, and nobody dares to say this now. But nevertheless, the point is very well taken, that value systems change over time. And so that's the point of the whole talk, that you cannot align LLMs, a generic model. So if you are trying to work on a particular application, let's say when we are building Bing Copilot, I would not go with GPT-4's alignment. But when GPT-4 does these wrong answers, people eventually sue Microsoft. So one example to give here is, I think there was a question to, this was before GPT-4 probably, but there was a question that if there is a match between India and Pakistan, who will win, to Bing Copilot. sorry, if there is a war between India and Pakistan, who will win? And Big Copilot being answers, not Copilot, apparently said that Pakistan will win any war that happens between India and Pakistan. Obviously, somebody put it on Twitter and it was a big thing and we had to do some firefighting, etc. But who is responsible? I would still consider not the model owner, the application owner is responsible. In other words, the way I'm trying to answer your question is models can be very powerful reasoners, but at the application layer, there should be a way to put these moral principles inside. So one way is like we were trying to do to put it in a prompt. And GPT-4 looks like a reasonable engine that understands all this, right? But you might argue like a prompt is such a small context, right? And cultures are so huge. And how do you condition it? So there are two ideas there I would go say. One is one can think of doing some extensive RAG, retrieval augmented generator. So the model is connected to an external knowledge source. It could be textual, it could be structured. And then the model can use this while answering. It's kind of a manual, how to behave properly in this particular culture, sort of a thing. Or you could think of adapters, like you can build things on top of models which are specifically for alignment instead of aligning the whole model. So these are two high level thoughts, but I know that this is a very difficult question, and everybody is confused, or rather uh, feeling the pressure, and it's very challenging.
Any more questions?
I'll take last.
Yeah, one final question.
I think
So thank you so much for the talk. I have one question. Based on where do you see the national progression going forward? Do you think like we'll be aligned more towards generalized model, or like, do we start focusing on localization actually? So similar to like the customization of this.
This is a really good question because uh, so there are arguments for both. Like in the sense, I can argue that it will be more local models going forward, and I can argue the other way around also, that probably more broader models. And I will tell you why. So um, one of the biggest challenge with big models today is the cost. Cost of training them, cost of maintaining them, cost of inferencing on them, and so on. So if you have a very large model for everything, the maintenance cost is going to be huge today. And therefore, it definitely makes sense to make smaller models for specific applications, smaller models for languages. So if I'm building an application only to help, Tamil speakers, and it doesn't need to serve Swahili or, Arabic, let's say. So you can only make a model with, let's say, Tamil, English, and few other languages which you think might be mixed with Tamil, and it should be just fine, right? So that's an argument in favor of smaller models. They're much easier to maintain and much more practical. And we do see that trend happening, and many people even claiming that smaller models are doing as good as bigger models. But on the other hand, so far, all the testing that we have done, we have seen that the smaller models actually are, I mean, the moment you go a little out of distribution of what it was trained on, they fail very badly. Probably the bigger model has seen so much data that going out of distribution is harder. Maybe that's the reason. But bigger model like GPT-4 typically works much better, even in like a language like Hindi or Tamil, even though it was not explicitly trained for those models. If you compare it to another model which is, let's say, explicitly trained on Tamil, because all the other languages that goes into GPT-4 actually help each other in some sense, right? So it does create biases like the one I'm talking about, but also help each other. So there is a benefit of getting bigger models that way. And imagine that the cost of maintaining, like GPU cost, etc., comes lower, or there are new TPUs or new kind of AI chips which drastically reduce the cost of having large models integrated more easily, and latency time and all things are reduced. Then it's possible that we will have large models again. So I think right now the what I have observed in the last 2 3 years, the narrative has been going in sinusoidals, right? So favoring large, favoring small, favoring large, favoring small. Of course, it's just 2 years, so you just see two such waves, and I think it will continue for a while like this, and then we will know. I don't know where it will stop. Hard to predict.
One more quick question, and with that we will stop.
Yeah, thank you for the talk, Professor. My name is Muthu. I'm from the Panmo Cloud Organization. So my question to you is, there is some limitations on LLMs as autoregressive models, right, with some extra capability. So what do you think about the counterfactual, the ability in reasoning counterfactuals? Um,
Yeah, so LLMs are autoregressive models, and since LLMs are autoregressive models, there are a lot of what should I say? Lot of limitations that are there. So counterfactual reasoning is one clear limitation. The other thing that we are observing is, like in the dilemma space, if I talk about, but it's more generic, the consequentialism. So LLMs cannot imagine consequences of actions. So if this is done on this, what will happen? Those kind of things. LLMs cannot do planning very well. So there are all these different things, and it's simply because those are logical actions which are not part of this autoregressive training, right? You can't simply learn from autoregression those kind of logical deductions. Having said that, so there are, I mean, of course, there is GPT-4, which seems to be doing still pretty good, surprisingly good. As I mean, I'm not saying it is perfect, but it's doing surprisingly good on many of these tasks. And then people have shown that all these tasks this model can do with some little help. Like this help could come as a symbolic or a rule-based system on top of the model, or some pre-processing, post-processing, or like LLM agents and things like that. So I would not give up hope on that. I think counterfactuals and all other things, probably models will be eventually able to do more and more. There'll be always a gap, like it won't be perfect, but many of these things would be, and models will get better at these things.
I have a question. What's the role of linguists from here onwards?
Hmm. So I mean, um, that I have two views on this. I would say this is again a really very um, interesting as well as sensitive question. So one part of the I mean, I think the interesting part is more like I so I don't know if you know Noam Chomsky's comments or views, if you have been following his views on language models. I mean, not now, not after GPT-4, but after, I think after ChatGPT, he had a series of commentaries on these models. And he just basically said these models know nothing about language. They don't know, they don't understand. And, making any connection to linguistics to these models is a futile exercise and all that. And many people then critique him as well. But I do think while these models don't mimic how humans learn language, or how humans speak language, but I think there is a value to understanding certain structured things. I'm not talking of the functions, but the structurally, there might be interesting things that we can learn by studying these models structurally about language. In fact, the part that I'm personally interested is this is not about language, but more about culture. So there are many things in our culture which are not very well documented. It's there. Like to give an example, all Indian languages make this distinction between levels of formality in pronouns, right, or in verbs. So in Hindi there is aap, tum, and tu. So you have three levels of formality. When to use what is a very, very culturally conditioned thing. We all know what to use when, but it's nowhere documented. And it's also specific to region, context, etc. Maybe since these models have, kind of learned from a lot of data, you can probe this model to get the latent structure of when to use up, when to use tum, when to use tu, and then form your hypothesis and go and validate in the real world. So I think these kind of interesting things are possible with these models that can help linguistics or social studies or sociological studies or sociolinguistics. So that's the interesting part. Where linguists come in the picture of building of LLMs and all, that I don't know. I think the only part which is probably interesting is to come up with probing tasks where these models fail. Like, this is a phenomenon. Like, one example is negation, right? All these models are pretty bad at negation, even though they are very good. So if, especially in languages like Swahili, maybe even in Tamil, you can try negation, they cannot handle. So linguists might come up with this interesting phenomena. I mean, negation is a very simple phenomena, but there are more complex phenomena where these models might not be doing well. So that's another thing I can think of.
Okay, thanks a lot. And see you in next another INITT. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Since we had the INITT on the schedule, we will now continue with the next one, even though the schedule says you have been right now. We will start with the talk of Professor Jayashree from INITT. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you share your screen?
Madam, can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can you please give me the presenter privilege?
Sure, ma'am.
Hi, Jayashree.
Yeah, hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine. Nice.
Fine. I'm fine, ma'am.
Ma'am, உங்களுக்கு sharing access இருக்கா ma'am? இல்லையா?
இல்ல, host disable participants sharing now. So we have to enable screen sharing to the participant. It's available in the security tab.
ஆனா உங்களுக்கு இல்ல அவங்களுக்கு இல்ல நம்மளுக்கு தான் ஷேர் ஆகுது. அவங்களுக்கு ஷேரிங் ஆக்சஸ் அவங்களுக்கு இல்லையா?
யாருக்கு கொடுக்கணும்?
ஜெயஸ்ரீ மேம்.
இதை கொடுங்க, ஒரு நிமிஷம். இது ஹோஸ்ட் தான். மேலே ஒரு செகண்ட்.
அவங்க ஹோஸ்ட் ஆக்கி
இப்போ ஒன்று ட்ரை பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. ஜெயஸ்ரீ
ஜெயஸ்ரீ நான் இப்போ ட்ரை பண்றீங்களா?
நீங்க மியூட்ல இருக்கீங்க.
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் ஆகுது மேம்.
இப்போ
ஓகே.
Yeah, hello. Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
yes, you are audible.
Yeah, my screen is shared.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good morning, everyone. I am Jayashree, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering and Director in AKBC Research Center, Anna University. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Kalyan, Professor Shobha, other chairs, coaches, and coordinators of this conference for giving me an opportunity to present an invited talk. The talk of today is AI and cybersecurity, the two ruling technologies of the day. We are in a data-driven era where data is seen as the currency of 21st century. Digital technologies, social media, internet networking, 5G, 6G communication technologies. So all these contribute to these data, big data. The total global data storage is projected to exceed 200 zettabytes by the year 2025. So all these data are available in clouds and various infrastructures, in personal computing systems, and so on. So can we think of a day without our smartphone or any other smart devices we use? Even we can, but what about our next generation kids? They have everything on these devices. They have everything for scheduling, reminders, accessing their mails, messages, everything they depend on these smart devices. So what if access is not available to a mail server or a WhatsApp server or an Instagram for a couple of days? We feel isolated. So we live in a world where we depend on technologies for everything. And every one of us might have undergone the day map of connecting through a call center to a customer service. And the IVR system makes you go through these lengthy menus of press 1, press 2, press 1, press 2. We need to hang on. Either we cut the call or the call gets cut. But nowadays, we have virtual assistants and chatbots that do respond to these queries without any headaches. So similarly with online transactions, we can pay our bills and do all transactions from our desk. So for various services like this, AI-powered conversational agents are available. So this makes our life not only easy, but also comfortable. So the global chatbot market is expected to reach 1.23 billion by the year 2025. So all our lives are tied with tools and technologies. With AI robots coming nowadays, can we call this AI as a digital twin of human? We cannot say yes, we cannot say no. It's like whether P is equal to NP problem. It's a $1 million question. So as sophistication increases, so are the threats to the technology and applications. So with the advance in digital technology, the adversaries also keep increasing. This necessitates secure application development. The society enjoys the benefits of this sophistication, and at the same time, they're also exposed to risks. So AI and cybersecurity should complement each other for safety and sophisticated society. So the basic or key components of AI are machine learning, NLP, and computer vision. And these subfields or the subdomains, they're also prone to security threats because all these depend on data at the basic level. So developing secure AI application or models requires understanding this AI lifecycle. This AI lifecycle has 5 dimensions and 6 key activities. So with reference to the application contexts, the development cycle starts with planning and design activity, followed by data collection and processing, which is a very crucial task because that determines the performance of the AI system, and then followed by model building, then model deployment and use, and then the final one is continuous monitoring, which is needed from the security point of view. So each of these phases needs to adhere to security guidelines and regulations. So AI is at a crossroad now. So it can be viewed as a double-ended sword. So in the context of security, the AI can be either defensive or offensive, right? So before seeing this various threats, let us understand this cyber landscape. So in the context of cyber security, risk analysis or the risk management is crucial because risk is nothing but the probability of your assets getting attacked. So assets include software, hardware, people, your infrastructure, data, everything. So every cyber attack happens by exploiting certain vulnerabilities in the system. So vulnerability, what is vulnerability? It is nothing but the weakness in the system or a flaw in the process and other entities that can be exploited by the attackers through threats. So what is threat? Threat is an event that could be compromise or exploit the vulnerabilities to launch the attacks. And thereby, this in security, we call the CIA triad, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of systems and data is lost. So this so the major security elements are nothing but listed here as which are focused on the application level, network level, information security, and so on. And with the emerging technologies, mobile and IoT security, end-user security is also becoming a concern. And similarly, we have this operational security and disaster recovery planning are also included with ongoing attacks. And so in this AI era, this AI security is also one of the recent elements that is added under this umbrella of cybersecurity. So NIST has released a cybersecurity framework version 2.0 in the year 2022 that provides guidance to the organizations for managing this cybersecurity risks. Cybersecurity risks are constantly evolving, and so managing these risks must be a continuous process. So the management of this risk can be accomplished through the 5 core functions listed in the framework that every organization is supposed to adopt. So the first one is identify function. So this is used for identifying the assets, as I told, the hardware, software, data, services, everything, and the associated risks. And then you have to prioritize the risks based on the importance of the assets and the risks. And then the protect function that includes policies for reducing this risk. That is, normally we have to use access control policies, identity management, then authentication, the other data security functionalities. And then the detect function, it again enables the timely detection or discovery and analysis of the various anomalies and possible attacks and incidents. And the respond function, that includes that how we respond, the incident response and management once the incident or events are detected. And then we have the recover function, of course, the actions for restoring the affected operations. As we can see, all these functions are interrelated, because once the risks are identified and prioritized, then we need to define the corresponding rules for protecting the assets from attacks. And once an attack or an event is detected by the detect function, then it has to be passed on to the response function so that the response team will be ready with the incident response management. So all these things are interrelated, and so all these things are governed by the function govern, which is at the core of this framework. In India also, we have this National Cyber Research Framework that provides these guidelines for addressing all the cyber security concerns. And with AI coming up, the areas that need top priorities are displayed as a roadmap by NIST. This is AI Risk Management Framework roadmap, which identifies the various activities that could be carried out in collaboration with private and public sectors to improve this framework. So the organizations can share profiles and tutorials, and they can use these lessons and insights. So profiles are nothing but the primary method for the organization to share their real life examples of how they put this AI RMF into practice. And similarly, the lessons and insights that are uploaded can be used by the organizations to improve the effectiveness of the AI framework of the organization. And similarly, tutorials can keep the AI community informed about the various experiences shared by the different organizations in through this framework. So here we'll talk about the evolution of cyber threats. So many of us are aware of the various cyber attacks. So the first generation, so the various threats have been identified into different generations based on what is used for launching the attacks. So the first generation attacks are the malicious software programs that replicate themselves through the on the computers. So these are nothing but the viruses. So the initial cyber attacks are caused through viruses. So the virus attacks, as we know, it affects all personal computers and businesses. And the second generation emerged in 1990s. This is with the advent of networking and internet. These second generation attackers, they use this internet network to launch virus, worms, and other malwares, trojans, and so on. And this malware attacks, they gain access to the system and network resources to cause harm or access useful information from the resources and so on. And the third generation attacks, they are emerged in the early 2000s. As attackers, they used the vulnerabilities in the applications. They leveraged the vulnerabilities in the applications and they launched these attacks. So these email spams, that is the spams that are caused through emails, then the device attacks, denial of service attacks, phishing attacks, and other data breaches are the common attacks that happened during this 2000s. So phishing attack is nothing but a malicious attack where the adversary tries to pose as a legitimate user to trick the victims to reveal sensitive information. So we have various fake websites and we'll click some links which will take us to some fake websites and so on. These are the phishing attacks. And we have various web-based attacks where the malware script will lead us to do undesired activities. So the fourth generation emerged in 2010 as attackers reached levels of sophistication. So we have bots. Bots are nothing but a set of compromised computers which can be used by the attackers to launch attacks from different places. So we have bots are used for launching denial of service attacks, distributed denial of service attacks. And by using social engineering, they have started using attacks and crypto mining with cryptocurrencies, then social engineering attacks. All these attacks are keep increasing. So social engineering attack is nothing but the attack that exploits the human emotions like fear or sympathy or greedy to collect this information through phishing or pretexting and so on. So the fifth generation emerged in approximately 2017 as with various tools that lead to mega attacks. For example, like a ransomware attack, we'll all be aware of the WannaCry attack and supply chain attacks and so on. So with evolving cyber threats, cyber security is no more a choice, but it is a mandatory in every organization. So now, as you have seen earlier, cyber threats span across a large spectrum, ranging from data breaches to sophisticated attacks. So as per this IBM report, phishing is the most common type of malware in nearly 50% of the data breaches and security breaches. So phishing, you can see that from this list of vulnerabilities, you can see that phishing, ID theft, information leakage attacks, and ransomware attacks are in increasing trends. And some of these attacks are stable, and some of this is a statistics taken 2 years back. So these are some of the attacks which are stable, and some of the attacks are in declining trend, and some of the attacks are in increasing trend. And so you can see that ransomware is one of the attack that is in increasing trend. That is a type of malware that prevents victims from accessing even their own resources, because the files may be encrypted and they have to pay a ransom for getting their files decrypted. And nowadays, ransomware, the second version is also coming, which extorts files, and using that extorted files, it is again going to do this double extortion. So this ransomware is again one of the threats that is happening increasingly nowadays. And similarly, AI-based attacks also keep growing, posing severe threats. And with the deep fake attack is one of the most daunting threat that is happening nowadays with the Gen AI. And because Gen AI can fabricate images of videos, or it can images of persons who are never existed. So this poses serious threat to the society. And similarly, this is AI-powered attacks. This actually MIT Technical Review has conducted a survey over 300 top business executives to know what are the most concerning type of AI attacks. And this is what they have. This is what is their report. So 68% they have told that the phishing attacks are the most common attacks in AI attacks. And similarly, another survey conducted on what will be the mode of attack, AI attacks possible in future. 74% responded that email and phishing attacks will be the most common way of posing this AI attacks. So AI cyber attacks keep growing. And so this offensive AI cyber attacks are fast and smart because as they use AI technology for launching these attacks. And this is the cybercrime trend, increasing trend as per this Statista report in 2022. So the report estimated that the cost of cybercrime will exceed 20 trillion USD by the year 2027. So the awareness and preparedness to cybersecurity is essential in every organization. And this slide talks about the major vulnerabilities and the growing trend of vulnerabilities. As you have seen, vulnerability is the entry point for any attacker to launch an attack. And with cyber crimes keep increasing, the cyber attackers exploit these vulnerabilities in hardware and software. And there are public vulnerability databases where this, like this CVE, where this common vulnerabilities, exploited vulnerabilities are listed. And similarly, you have known vulnerability exploited, exploited vulnerability database also available, where you can see the various, where the users can see the list of vulnerabilities that are happening, and they can be aware of that. And similarly, the major vulnerabilities listed included input validation, memory overflow, memory corruption, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, ordinary web-based vulnerabilities, and all these vulnerabilities lead to web-based attacks. So here the impact of these attacks may vary from simple code bypassing to information leak or device attacks. So here I have just highlighted two attacks, SQL injection attack and a cross-site scripting attack, because more than 2 million email addresses and other personal informations have been extracted through this SQL injection and this cross-site scripting attacks in the year 2023 from nearly 60 websites across the world. That is from more than 6 or 7 countries, from various 65 websites. This attack is able to do this identity theft of nearly million addresses. And this, so this SQL attack and this XSS or code injection attacks, when attacker will send a valid, an invalid data to a web application. So in SQL injection attack, in a web application where the user is supposed to give for a password or some input, the attacker will give an SQL query which will get executed and to at the database to extract the information. So to avoid these code injection attacks, we have to make sure that the source code is reviewed and also limited data exposure and validation. So all these things can prevent this SQL injection attacks. And similarly, XSS is a cross-site scripting. This is also another vulnerability that is found in many web applications. It occurs when web application again contains some untrusted web page, which enables attackers to inject scripts, client-side script into the web page, and then they steal the user sessions and or redirect the users to other malicious sites and so on. So we have to be careful in applying some context-sensitive encoding, and we have to use the latest frameworks so to avoid such attacks. And similarly, the device attack. Device attack is another increasing attack in increasing trend. And recently in 2023, again Google and this Amazon AWS were subject to device attacks. where Google said that it received nearly 400 million requests per second. 400 million requests per second. So the cybersecurity system in this Google, they were able to detect this spike in the web traffic, and they are able to curtail the malicious traffic and thereby save the servers. So there is a few examples like this. In every day globally, so many attacks keep happening by exploiting the various vulnerabilities. So vulnerability management in an organization is also equally important as risk management, as vulnerabilities can also be assessed either manually or by automated process, and they have to be prioritized based on the vulnerability score, and then remedial acts of fixing or mitigating these vulnerabilities should take place. It has to be reassessed and revalidated. So, so this process again, like any software management life cycle, this vulnerability should also be always monitored. So as we have discussed about these various key elements of cybersecurity with respect to application security, network security, information security, and so on. This slide shows the major players and in each domains of the various securities, like firewalls, network management tools, vulnerability assessment management tools, application security tools, endpoint detection tools, response tools, web security, messaging security tools, identity management, access management, and mobile security, cloud security, IoT security, risk and compliance. So all these solutions. So these are some of this slide depicts the various major players and organizations and solutions available for addressing the security at the various levels. So now this AI, so this AI is adopted for, as I told you, AI can be used for both defensive and offensive. So in recent years, AI has been adopted for addressing various cybersecurity needs. From the literature, we can see that quite a number of machine learning and NLP models are built for various security tasks like threat detection, malware analysis, and anomaly detection. Normally, NLP has been used to enhance machine learning models' accuracy, because using this effective word embeddings, we can have better feature engineering for the ML models. So the common word embedders like TF, IDF, or MAST LM, or BERT variants can be used for this. And we have this, so everyone working in this NLP will be aware of this INITT BERT, which is a multilingual BERT model pre-trained on major Indian languages. And similarly, you have this Mural model, which is again a multilingual representation for Indian language, which has been again a pre-trained model for 17 Indian languages. And again, you have a Tamilian, which is a Tamil language model. It is trained with Google's Electra, that is a transformer-based pre-trained model. So all these pre-trained variants of BERTs can be applied to do the word embeddings for extracting features, which can be fed to machine learning models, so the machine learning models' accuracy and performance can be improved. And here I've listed a few attacks or few threats which seem to be occurring more important, more common. So first one is email spams. As we all know, we are all receiving emails, spam emails. And if we are not aware, then opening these emails or responding to these emails may steal our useful information. So detecting this email spam is an important application, because many phishing attacks are delivered using emails. So how to detect this spam mails? So these spams can be detected by analyzing the email body, as well as the spammy behavior from the header and the system logs. For example, you have the time of mail, and the source address, and the subject line. All these things will give you an behavioral information about the spammer. And similarly, another common attack that is used to destroy the fame and reputation is fake reviews. So with online business like e-commerce and other things and social media, for purchasing, we depend on the reviews. For purchasing of any products, anything, we depend on the reviews, movie reviews or any product reviews. And so these fake reviews, again, are a very important attack or threat that has to be addressed. And then third one is phishing. So phishing attacks, again, it can be either launched using emails or fake URLs or fake web page contents. So phishing is also another important attack that is an increasing trend nowadays. And again, with the increasing use of social media, we have the social engineering attacks are also very common. And the device attack and ransomware attack. So as I told you, this ransomware attack are used for, there are two types. One is, the objective is to block the victim from accessing their resources. So they'll log the operating system or they encrypt the victim's files. And so they log the files of the users by encrypting the files. And then after demanding the ransom, they'll decrypt the files. And the cyber criminals normally use this cryptocurrency to collect the ransom. And so again, for this identifying this detecting this ransomware, we can go for static analysis or dynamic analysis. Whereas in the case of static analysis, we can analyze the features of the ransom executable code, and then we can match it with previously observed malicious codes. Or in the case of dynamic analysis, which is otherwise called as a behavioral analysis, we can, the malicious code, the ransom malicious, the executable file will be executed in a controlled environment called a sandbox. And then we can observe the various actions, and that can be used for, again, identifying whether it is a ransom code or a ransomware or not. So as we see, most of these attacks can be analyzed using the infection pattern and attack pattern using ML models or NLP models. And also with the emerging generative AI and large language models like GPT and BERT, identifying this deceptive language patterns and malicious intent and all these things, and collecting insights from large data becomes easy and sophisticated. We have LLMs and llamas. Llama is an open model that can be open pre-trained model that can be used for fine-tuning to match our requirements. So this is one of the work what I have recently done on developing a product recommendation system for social commerce. So here we use the data from e-commerce as well as the social media. So the main objective of this, our work is to give product recommendation so that the user satisfaction is improved while maintaining transparency. So the product recommendation is majorly based on reviews, as we know. And so finding truthful reviews is very important. In addition, nowadays, identifying the reviewers' credibility is also very important. So we have also worked on user credibility as well as spam review detection. So and nowadays we also have bots which can be which can also do this reviews, and so spam bot detection as well as spammer identification or carried out along with the social media data. So we have extracted, as in many cases, we have also extracted reviewer as well as review-based features. That is like we have extracted a bag of words, term frequency, part of speech, and also we have used some lexical features of the reviews, like the word length, a number of uppercase letters, and so on. And we also use some syntactic features like the amount of punctuation that is being used. So we have extracted the review features from the reviews, and also we have extracted the reviewer-centric features based on the number of reviews he is posting a day and what is the frequency of reviews, and how many positive reviews, negative reviews, and so on. So these are fed as features. These features are fed to these various machine learning models. We analyzed the performance of various models in spam review reduction, and we've also done. We have also used a graph machine language model to detect this spammer or spammy reviews. So for that, we have constructed a graph structure using this reviewers, reviews, and product features. Using these features, we constructed a graph, and this graph is fed to this graph ML, and using this metapath information. This metapath is nothing but it's a path that will be generated for connecting reviewers based on some similarity content. So based on the similarity content in the review contents and the reviewer behavior, some metapaths will be generated. So if two reviewers are connected by a metapath, then these two reviewers are almost similar. And if one of the reviewer is a fake reviewer, then the probability that the other reviewer is also fake and the reviews generated by this reviewer may be fake reviews is what is the conclusion. And so we have tested our model on the normal. We have taken Twitter data, and we have also used various benchmark databases, review databases, to analyze the performance of model. And similarly, another work what we have recently done is anomaly detection in software-defined networking. So software-defined networking is nothing but a network wherein the control and the data plane are separated. So normally in a network, traditional network, the router does all these things. The router does the routing as well as the router takes care of the routing algorithms, controlling, and so on. Whereas in the case of SDN, these two activities are separated, so that the routers will take care of only the routing or data processing, whereas the controllers, we have controllers which will take care of all the control activities. And so for this, we have used this anomaly detection. So again, we have collected the data from the benchmark datasets, network attack data from benchmark, network flows from benchmark datasets. And of course, we do this data pre-processing, that is data encoding and normalization. And we have used Spearman's cross-correlation technique to prioritize these uncorrelated features. And then we have used two hybrid GANs. So these two GANs are used for independently learning the network flows of normal and abnormal. So these flows are independently learned using two GANs. And then we use again a bi-channel attention mechanism to extract more relevant features for this benign and this anomaly network flows via the softmax layer of LSTM. And then this is passed on to a fully connected layer of and a sigmoidal layer for binary classification. And so this is again in work which employed this GAN and other machine learning models to find this anomaly. And of course, we have got a good performance. And now coming to, so far I've seen how AI and ML models or NLP can be used for providing security solutions to defend our applications, defend various applications. And now the other part of AI is offensive security. So offensive security is nothing but, so offensive security means trying to break the system security by exploiting bugs or vulnerabilities in the software, and then finding some loopholes in the policies so that we can gain access to the system by the adversaries. So though this machine learning and NLP models provide potential security defense solutions, they also pose risks and they're subjected to cyber threats. So the information security attacks yes. So here, this one is talking about the AI attacks. So the AI attacks can be either of two types. One is exploratory attack, another one is cachetive attacks. So in the case of exploratory attacks, they exploit the existing vulnerabilities without altering. So actually, these attacks can happen either during model development or model deployment. So these NLP, these AI attacks can happen during model development or model deployment phases. So, but the goal of this attacker is to corrupt the learning model, so that the predictions of the prediction during the testing phase will be modified so that the model's performance is affected. So that is the main aim of this AI attacks on the models. And apart from that, the other intention is also to steal the model parameters or some data and so on. And the exploratory attacks exploit the vulnerabilities without altering the training process. Whereas in the case of causative attacks, they alter the training process by modifying the training data set. So they either manipulate the data set by adding or deleting or changing some data, training data, or they inject some malicious data, or they can change the labels, data labels, and thereby the training data set is affected, and this will have an impact on the model's performance. And one of the most common attacks during this development phase is data poisoning attack. And as we can see, this data poisoning attack can happen during data collection period or data analysis period or on labels. So as we know, the performance of any ML model depends on the quality and quantity of the training data. So when the data is poised, the model will generate incorrect outputs, whether it is a classification or a prediction problem. Actually, these data poisoning attacks were one of the very important threats. If you consider, for example, a healthcare application, wherein you use the models to classify the diseases. So when this data poisoning happens, then of course, the false positives and false negatives will be very high and detrimental. And similarly, in the case if you use it for predicting suppose you're using some regression models to predict the dosage of medicine. In that case, again, this data poisoning will lead to the wrong results, which will be again detrimental. And so this data poisoning attack is one of the important attack that has to be carefully handled during this model development. And even simple noise can be added by the malicious users to affect the performance of the samples. So in the data poisoning attack, there are two types. One is poisoning availability attack. So the poisoning availability attack means the goal is to affect availability of the true output. That is to cause a denial of service by the model. And poison integrity attack is the goal is to cause specific mispredictions while preserving the predictions for all other test samples. Only for certain samples, specific samples, the prediction will be wrong. For all other samples, the prediction will be correct. So thereby the integrity of the model is affected. So so most of these common attacks, as we see some more attacks in the next slide. Yeah. So this is also this is how this data poisoning attacks. This is an example of a data poisoning attack, how it affects the model's performance. So you can see the decision boundary. So you have the three pictures, the graphs that indicates the decision boundary. The first one is the decision boundary of a normal classifier, And the second one is a decision boundary after data poisoning. The dotted line, red line is the modified decision boundary. So you can see that some of the blue dots have been shifted to the other boundary. And so the third one is during testing phase, you can see that one of the data sample that is in the lower side of the decision boundary has been detected as a sample in the other side of the decision boundary. And so this is how it happens. And so the commonly used, commonly suggested defense methods or one is data sanitization. So that data sanitization is a method which is used during the data collection phase, wherein the data is to be cleansed by removing and identifying and removing the outliers. So as we know, there can be many methods are proposed in literature for outlier reduction and removal. You can use some subsampling and iterative learning and so on. And so this data sanitization is an important defense method that has to be applied during ML model development. And second one is data aggregation. So as the name implies, for training, we can use data aggregated from different sources so that the actual data input, data distribution, and the features may not be known to the adversary, because the adversary can launch either a white box attack or black box attack. In the case of white box attack, the adversary is supposed to know the input data distribution and model parameters. Whereas in the case of black box attack, the adversary may not know these details. The model details are not known, and the adversary will try to collect samples which resemble this actual input sample that are used for training. So that is the black box text. So when you use data aggregation, as we can collect data from different sources, the adversary learning the data distribution is to somewhat avoided. And the next method is data augmentation. So again, data augmentation is also another method for defending against this poisoning attack, because it is easy to generate some data augmentation by different techniques, and thereby the original data's distribution can be somewhat not disclosed to the adversary. And so the various, the fourth one is constructing robust models. So when you construct robust models, it is seen that these robust models can withstand this poisoning attack to some level. So in one of the literatures, it is found that when you construct a 2-layer neural network with the SGD, stochastic gradient descent, that is shown to be performed well against these poisoning attacks. So constructing a robust model is also important to safeguard your ML model from poisoning attacks. And this is the other attack, that is the model backdoor attack, that's also happening during the model development period. This backdoor attack is also a type of data poisoning attack only. But the backdoor attackers, they will mislead the machine learning model to output attacker-specified class when presented when a certain trigger happens at a particular time. So for example, they can introduce a hidden vulnerability known as backdoor in the training data or the algorithm, which is not noticeable. For example, you are trained a model with some data like ABCD, and they have introduced a new data called X. So in that case, when you test it or when you validate your model, you'll use only data of types ABCD and will not be aware of this data X. So this is what is hidden vulnerability. And so for all your data, normal data, your model will perform well. Only when this data X happens, the model will perform differently as triggered by the attacker. So these, for example, in autonomous vehicle system, with this hidden backdoor model, you can the model can be trained to ignore the stop sign when it is triggered by the adversary. So this will cause accidents as we know. So So for this also the data sanitization is very important, and secure coding, because this ML algorithms can also be targeted for introducing this hidden or backdoor data. And so secure coding as well as adversarial training is also another important defense mechanism that's being discussed in the literature. So you can train the model by adversary samples. That way the model will be able to know which is a true sample, which is an adversary sample, be able to perform better in adversarial environments. So adversarial ML is one of the upcoming research domain. So adversarial training is also another suggested defense mechanism for this. And this one provides the attack, the different types of attacks and defenses from the point of view of where the attack is being done, whether it is done on the data or on the model. So this is some of the database attacks and these some of the model-based attacks. So as you have seen, the attacks can happen during the model development or model deployment, and they can also have the attackers can also exploit this data or this model parameters to launch the attacks. And this is model deployment attacks. So after the model is deployed in cloud, for example, then the attackers can also try to steal the model, extract the model parameters, or they can also use this data poisoning to launch these attacks. So they'll by repeated querying, since the model is available for access to anyone, the repeated querying the model with different data sets and with different distributions, the attackers can analyze the outputs, and they'll study the model behavior in generating the output, and then they'll try to reconstruct the model to resemble the original model with this studied data and labels until they have the desired accuracies obtained. And so this type of attack is what is called the model extraction attack, wherein they are able to construct the model, or reverse engineering attack, wherein they are able to reconstruct the model by repeated querying. So here you can again use this rate limiter and again the robust model building as the suggested solutions for this. And also you can use continuous monitoring, and you have to keep your model updated by you can update your model parameters by training the model with more data periodically, and that way the model parameters may be updated, and so that this repeated querying will not be effective by the adversaries. And also to some extent data anonymity also help. This is what is so you can add some anonymity to the data. Instead of having the data asset, you can add some anonymity to the data. You can make the data anonymous, and that way, for example, if you have an age, instead of having an age as a numerical value, you can keep it as a range. That way this data anonymity will happen, and that way the attackers may not get this actual data. And another attack is evasion attack. Now, the evasion attack is also one of the important attacks that are performed during this inference phase. So it is actually, so in the case of evasion attack, where the attacker tries to design an input which seems to be normal to the human, but it is wrongly classified by the ML model. So that means they are designing inputs that will evade that. Sometimes they'll design input that will evade the deduction by the ML models. That's why it's called as evasion attacks. And mostly you can see that the input can be perturbed by adverse. This is mostly done by perturbation, data perturbation, wherein the data will be perturbed with adversaries to get misclassified, but looks normal after perturbation also. So here you can see that the image of here you can see the image of a panda, which is when perturbed by this noise, by this level of noise. It looks like a panda, but it is being identified or misclassified by the machine, by the model as gibbon. So the attackers will be able to do this misclassification by using this perturbation. And also another one is this out of distribution generalization. So there is out of distribution generalization is again this is one of the things that is happening on deep learning models, because deep learning models often they fail to generalize well in domains where data distribution differs from that of training and testing, because we cannot say that the data distribution during training will be the same as that during testing, because in testing we can do it in some real-time environments where the distribution may be slightly different, right? So because for example, if you take an images, the images that we have been trained will have a certain background, and the same images during testing time may be having different backgrounds and styles and so on. And so the distribution of the training and the testing domain may differ. And this is what is the OOD. This OOD data can be regarded as one of the it's considered as one kind of perturbation data. And so this can be also used by the adversaries. This type of perturbation is also used by the adversaries to launch some attacks. And so adversarial training is the actual solution. So we have to train the model with adversary examples. And so all these ML models and specifically when you're talking about NLP models, the NLP model, they actually, since they rely on large data sets, large text data sets, the text may contain personal information or many sensitive information. And so privacy attacks of stealing this contents or the named entities can happen. So also NLP models are subjected to attacks during the various development phases, like lexical analysis or semantic analysis and so on. So they can exploit the semantic understanding of the language models by crafting some inputs that are semantically similar, but they can lead to some incorrect predictions and so on. And also bias is another important thing that is considered when you are developing NLP models. When the biases, whether intentional or unintentional during the training data may get amplified. So this may lead to unfair decisions and outputs. So to mitigate all these security risks, secure model training, then robust model construction, then robust input validation, these, and also data anonymity, these are the recommended solutions. And with Gen AI, there is an exponential increase in attacks, because generating fake images, emails, videos, everything is very easy with the various Gen AI tools available nowadays. And this is one of the fake email generated using this generator AI. And this GLTR, that is a giant language model test room that uses this GPT-2 language model to analyze the text. So it evaluates the likelihood of this text you generated using Gen AI. So the model actually color codes the text words based on how likely each word would be predicted given the context to the left. So here green indicates the word is one of the top 10 predicted words, whereas yellow indicates one in top 100, and red indicates the word predicted is one in top 1,000 predicted words. So given the context, what will be the next word? So this is so since most of these words are green, this is most likely it is generated by Gen AI. So this is what is this is one of the methods of finding whether it is fake email generated using Gen AI or not. So these mails look like very normal mails from normal sources, but they rely on social engineering. So they need to compel the recipient to take some actions, and that by launching them lead to some catastrophe. And CAPTCHAs is another widely used method for protection against bot. We all know that I am not a robot. We have to tick. And we are just seeing that I am not a robo is just a box which you are clicking, but it has multiple levels of encryption because it uses the time zone of the user. It uses the IP address of the user, it uses screen size, it uses the browser what you're using, and also browsing history. So all these things are used to detect whether it is whether it is ticked by the human or a robot. But Gen AI has used to bypass this captcha also, because Gen AI can be Gen AI tools can be trained to make contextual understanding of the text and images, and thereby this is also possible. So this captcha AI is one of the auto captcha solver plugin available as a browser extension, and so like this various captcha solvers and these captcha this one is available in the market. And so the solution for all these things is trustworthy AI. So this is responsible and trustworthy AI is the only solution. So this slide shows the characteristics of a trustworthy AI system. So the deployment of AI systems which are reliable, valid, etc. is the order of the day. So what, how, and why on the decisions made by the system should be answered if the system supports transparency, explainability, and interpretability. So employing this responsible and explainable AI during the AI lifecycle can prevent conditions that can make the system dangerous and ensures trustworthy AI. So even in this one Gemma model, of Gemini, Google Gemini, have this responsible Gen AI toolkit is provided, which provides you the list of best practices for the responsible use of open models like Gemma. So I conclude my talk by saying that AI is the only solution for AI towards a safe, secure, and sophisticated society. Thank you all for the opportunity provided.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jayashree ma'am, for your the talk. It was very interesting, and the need of the time to have secure AI models. Thank you so much. And any questions from the crowd, from the audience?
I can ask one question.
Yeah, sure.
So thank you, madam, for sharing that. So we talked about a lot of models, right? So is there any kind of a model for like a ChatGPT? We have a specific model. Do we have any specific model for security as such, as an open source? Open source models.
So if I understand the question, whether we have any model for security as such, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So we don't have. I mean, security as such cannot exist as a separate model. Whatever model we are building, we have to plug in the security features and all the security guidelines. Whatever is to be followed, we need to adopt. We need to adopt the security practices, security guidelines during the construction of the model and during the entire model life cycle. Whatever model we build, whether it is an NLP model or an ML model we build.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess there are no other questions. So thanks so much, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity provided. Thank you.
You can let the other people in. Category is there. Can you see her in the waiting room?
Man, Indian right side.
You praying on the
Yeah, you can say that.
Admit
Category
Admit Pante.
Yeah. The Prema second, we can ask her if Kalimari is there.
Hello, ma'am. Since you are all from the same institution, do we have Kanimuri, ma'am, available? Prema, ma'am?
Hello, can you hear me?
Prema, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'm able to hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, since you're from the same institution, do we have Kanimuri ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. She is also in queue, ma'am. Dr.
Yeah.
Asanta Kumari, ma'am, is also okay, ma'am.
Okay, so will she be able to present now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the order would be Kanimuri ma'am, and then it's you, Prema, and
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
the
ma'am.
last would be Vasanta Kumari ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think Kanimali ma'am is on queue waiting to join, ma'am. Dr. Kanimali.
We can start with the Prema and then she can join.
Oh, okay, sure, ma'am. Since you're available, we'll start with you, ma'am, and maybe she could join later. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
ma'am.
please go ahead. Yeah.
Start the screen.
Ma'am, are you able
Ma'am,
to
I
share?
want to share. Yes, ma'am. I want to share my PPT, ma'am.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Can you try now, ma'am? Can you try sharing now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. We could see your screen. Yes, ma'am. You could go to the presenter mode and you could start. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Greetings, Professor. Myself, Dr. S. Prema. I am from Almugu Adhanarashwara Arts and Science College, Tiruchengodu, Tamil Nadu. I am from India. And I wish to share my title, Facilitating Efficient Web Search Engine for Language Community, with my colleagues, Dr. S. Kanimoli Subana and Dr. M. Vasanta Kumari. So my research title is Facilitating Efficient Web Search Engine for Language Community. So my research domain, it focused on web application. So it's from the data mining domain. So here actually I focused on three important designs from the web mining. One is web usage mining and web content mining and web structure mining. So here, especially I focused on semantic web, which enables people to share the content beyond the boundaries and to get how to extract the data from the websites and also from the application. So it's a major research domain of my title, which I'm going to present here. So what are the challenges I have faced during collecting the online resources and also from the information retrieval? So while extracting the resources, we have to identify suitable keywords for the search. So it's a challenging task to satisfy the end user's request who is not aware of the search. So to face the difficulties and to satisfy the end user's requirements and to give the prompt results to the end users, I have framed the structure to face all those challenges. So the main objective here is to develop the novel search applications which would be able to satisfy all the type of end users, and especially I wish to focus on the specific community people who are in need of the search. So actually in the first initial stage, I focused on the research domain. Generally, as I am from the computer application domain, so I focused on the computer application. And nowadays, I think last July, I went for this 11th national conference in Tamil computing. Focused on that. So how to face the risk factors that the people are facing, especially for an community domain. So to satisfy such common expectations. So, and to give the relevant and the end user should not miss any relevant data and also the focused data. So, to frame the prompt network with the web directories and to have the semantically enhanced navigational patterns to represent the lexical meaning and also to trace out the sentence from the domain. Though all those are the objectives of my research. So the architecture of the designed approach is, so I framed on the semantic. The meaning is semantic means that it's a meaningful search. So it has to crawl and it has to store and index all those documents. So while focusing on the database, in our computer application domain, we focused on the database management system. Especially, I focused on this referred attribute functional dependency database. And after extracting all those database, I wish to arrange all those results in an bookshelf manner. So usually, data structure is a domain in our specialization. In the data structure, we are teaching the researchers and also the students how to arrange or how to tackle the data. And especially, I focused on this bookshelf manner and also to present the results in a visualization mode. So I shortly framed the word called as a B3-Viz. It is a specialized word especially defined for this work. This bookshelf data structure is used to save the effort and also the time and to give all the relevant results in a single page and especially in a snippet generation. Especially snippet means when you are crawling or placing the cursor over the domain, it will give you the tips about the what is the content meaning. So instead of browsing and wasting our time, getting the snippet, we can come to the conclusion whether it is an relevant one or we can skip to the next page. So it's the meaning of the snippet generation. So especially there's a natural language processing is used to interact between the computers and natural languages. So in the picture I have, that is I have given the flow chart, how manually annotated documents are trained with the machine learning algorithms and the linguistical meaning is framed and all the annotated results, that is syntax, meaningful search and the meaning of the sentence and also this pragmatic meaning of the word to especially extract and give it in a manner. It is an online architecture approach. Whenever we are giving the query, this uniform resource locator, that is an URL server, it crawls and fetches the data from the storage. So actually repository is nothing but is a database. It's like a godown where we can store all our type of data. So from that data, I want to extract only what I am searching, what is the keyword I have framed. So I want to find out this term frequency and then inverse document frequency. It will analyze and lexically catch out all those data and it will document all those index and for the document, it automatically create the link and it will create the similarity propagation and cluster. Cluster means grouping all those documents. That is only the relevant will be arranged in the rack. I already explained what is bookshelf data structure. So in our office or in our home, we have the habit to arrange all those relevant data in a manner, like a bookshelf. So just I framed the title like bookshelf to fetch and store all those relevant data in a manner. So all those URLs of the results are fetched and it is result given in the visual mode. So graph-based similar results will help the end user to trace out the results, what they are trying to fetch from the online search, whether they have successfully searched all those documents within the time and also within the time means and also the relevant data. From the snippet, I already told it's a tool tip, like a tool. From the tip, they can come to the conclusion whether they have successfully got all those results. For example, if I am focusing on the domain-based search, if I'm giving Etitoge, what are the subdomain keywords, it will be relevant to you. So I have to train all those subdomains with the domain using the machine learning approach. So like Sangha Ilakyam, what are the relevant domains? So I have to train all those keywords which may be frequent to that main domain so that it may automatically analyze and group group, the prompt word is cluster and present in the bookshelf manner. It's called a domain expert, especially for the particular domain. If it is for a Tamil language community, what are the major search the researchers are focusing on? We have to frame and expertise, only the expertise searches are clustered and indexed and presented in the manner. The main role here is the link server and an index server. So based on the document, first thing, the lexicon. Lexicon means all those individual units of the data should be extracted, and for all those individual units, we have to click the link and also the index server. So this is a sample thing, like what we are arranging or what we are following in a regular manner to arrange our works in a bookshelf manner. So for the each rack, it is given the main domain. If it is an Ettogai, and in that Ettogai rack, I try to fetch and cluster all those data which will be relevant to this Ettogai. And in second track, if it is Pattu, what may be the required and relevant data which may be fetched and arranged in this rack. So if I am searching for add domain and also the keyword, from that rack I can fetch, I can go to this particular section to retrieve and also to present the data. So this is in the existing approach, like in Google or in Yahoo or GoSpeak. So we have to browse in an URL manner. In the proposed approach, that is in my proposal, the thing is, it is arranged in a bookshelf manner, like a rack manner. If it is a rack name is Ettogai, all the books arranged here, like in physical mode, it is also available in an visual mode, and also we can extract in an online mode. So indexing is playing a major role for each and every document. The fetched lexicons are identified using that ID, and for each ID, the document frequency is calculated. So this is useful for me to arrange in a referenced manner. For example, main domain, if it is a main domain, what is the main keyword I have to focus? And from this main domain, I have to go for the subdomain and also sub. Like this, whatever the end user wish to extract from the main domain. So we have to give and refer all those relevant database. It is explained in this referenced attribute functional dependency database. And also, as I told, this word is coined especially for this bookshelf manner and also and visualization manner. That is B3 is in a tree-like structure. So these are the measuring factors in information retrieval. While I am trying to fetch the data, retrieve the data, we used to calculate in an evaluation measure as precision and recall. So precision, it is what are the retrieved documents I have to match with the relevant and also retrieve. It is an intersect manner. So trying to give the best precision and also this recall. And also this precision focused, if I'm getting the correlation means, it means in our statistical manner, we used to measure this 1, -1 or 0. If it is a 1, it is a positive manner. If it is a -1, it gives the negative result. If it is a 0, there is no correlation. I didn't get either positive nor negative. So from this precision recall curve, that is an ROC, receiver, that is an operatistic character. This curve we used to represent while fetching the data, what is the ratio we have achieved. So whether what is the direction towards that. From this, we may redefine or retune the machine learning algorithms to give a prompting. And if the end user is searching for some keyword, if I fail to match with all those things with this, if I'm not trained properly with this machine learning, I can get back. That is called as a recall. I can recall some more thing to give the best result. That is called as a precision result. This clustering, this ratio seems to give the most similar propagation. Anyhow, for the given query, I can give any possible results to the end user. But what I'm expecting, what the end user is expecting, they want to get more similarity propagating cluster results. This scoring and ranking, this measure between the two documents, what we have fetched, it helps us to measure the cosine similarity. This cosine I just explained now, it is used to compute the similarity of two documents. With this ratio, we can come to the conclusion that whether the fetch results is more prompt to the key domain or not. This cluster is used to fine tune for this rack whether all the relevant data is matched. If it is okay, I can put in first rank, this cluster 1. If this is somewhat differ and it will somewhat subdomain, if it is in second grade level, I can put it in the cluster 2. And if it is in third grade data, if it is not more relevant, I can put it in the third rank. So people, if they want to have the best thing, they want to go for the first rank, cluster 1, or then 2 or 3 selectors. So maximum to the prompt, the end user they are not they don't wish to go for the 5th or the 10th page. They want to get the best result within the top 3 or the top 4 level. So while implementing this bookshelf data structure, I referred the adjacency matrix, that is an end-to-end array element, which is resizable, and also it is a linked data structure. All those parameters I have coined from the domain called data structure. So this is an academic domain, especially for this selection purpose, as it is an individual worker. So I created this only for this, that's an offline purpose. So I collected the data and also the relevant subdomains. If I'm searching a particular domain, just I can have this bookshelf arrangement of the relevant documents. So if the user wish to take the book from the first rack, they can just place the mouse over the first rack. They will get the tooltip. That is, I explained as a snippet. So automatically they can go to the track and they can view the document. So if they are not interested in the first track, they can go for the second track or the third track. So like this nested, that is a subdomain is also possible. But end user, they won't prefer for this subdomain and all. They want to get the best result in the main domain. So this similarity documents will able to recall me. So how many documents are able to fetch, and what are the keywords I'm lacking, like this. As it is an web-based search, so we have to fine tune and correlate all those semantic and the meaningful keywords, because nowadays all the slangs and also this the semantic meaning of the keywords remain changes, and also the phonetic and also that slang is also varying from the domain to domain. So as a conclusion, so I have presented the paper that is especially for the domain-centric search, which will be useful for the academic record, and you can have that experienced thing like a Google Scholar dataset, which would be the techno-specific development to this society, and especially for this Tamil society. The final result is presented in this bookshelf data manner, that is a data structure format. With this, I wish to conclude my presentation. So those are the reference papers I have for this web search engines, and like the ranking, that is and also the frequency calculations and so and so. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, professors. And if you have any queries, so surely I will try to answer.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we could have the question and answer session for all the three ones. All three have completed their presentations.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, can we have the next speaker, ma'am?
Dr. Kanimudi is, I think, under the name Dell, DELL.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Thanks for joining, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could you check whether you could share the screen?
Yes, please. I have joined, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We could see your screen. You could go to the presenter mode and start presenting. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to be here today to present our groundbreaking work on Tamil Sign Language Recognition titled SIGNIT, Superior Intelligence for Gesture-Based Neural Exploration in Tamil. My name Dr. S. Kanimuri Sukna. With my team members, Dr. Prema Madam and Dr. Vasanta Kumari, we will develop a framework that promises to revolutionize communication for the Tamil-speaking deaf community. SIGNIT will represent a significant advancement in TSL recognition by leveraging a hybrid model comprising convolutional neural network, recurrent neural networks, and transformers. This innovative approach will address the limitations of existing TSL recognition systems, enhancing the accuracy and robustness of gesture recognition. Our goal will be to bridge the communication gap for the Tamil-speaking deaf community. As an introduction, Tamil Sign Language involves intricate hand gestures, facial expressions, and spatial movements. Unlike American Sign Language or British Sign Language, TSL has Shall I continue, sir? Unlike American Sign Language or British Sign Language, TSL has received less research attention, which will lead to a significant communication gap for its users. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are now providing us with the tools to develop sophisticated models that will improve the accuracy of TSL interpretation, promoting inclusivity and equal opportunities. These are the literatures we have followed. Some of our literature review highlights are dual machine translation for Tamil Telugu pairs will shows improved translation quality using transformer-based models. Recognition of South Indian Sign Language gestures across age groups will demonstrate successful categorization using transfer learning models. Real-time ASL recognition systems will have enhanced accessibility for the deaf community. Studies will underscore the potential of advanced neural networks in bridging communication gaps, a theme central to our research. TSL will be vital for communication within the Tamil-speaking deaf community. However, the lack of reliable recognition system will pose accessibility challenges impacting education, employment, and social inclusion. This communication gap between deaf and hearing communities will underscore the need for effective TSL recognition systems. The problem statements include the primary objective of our research will be to develop SIGNIT, a framework that enhances the accuracy and robustness of TSL gesture recognition using advanced deep learning techniques. We will aim to address the unique challenges posed by TSL, such as variations in hand movements, facial expressions, and spatial dynamics, ultimately fostering a more inclusive society. So our SIGNIT framework is a combination of neural network strengths that includes CNN with which has an excel at extracting spatial features from images and videos, recognizing intricate handshakes and facial expressions in TSL gestures. Recurrent neural network, particularly long-term, short-term memory networks, will capture temporal dependencies between two video frames, understanding the flow of gestures over time. Transformers will enhance the model's ability to process long-range dependencies
modeling the complex relationships between gestures and their contextual meaning. Next point is data collection and pre-processing. This is our proposed model in which we will collect a diverse TSL dataset, annotate it meticulously, and apply data augmentation techniques. Computer vision techniques will be utilized to extract relevant features, ensuring the model is robust and generalizable. In the case of model training and validation, our deep learning model will be trained on pre-processed data, validated on separate data sets, and fine-tuned to optimize performance. This iterative process will ensure that our model performs well in real-world applications. Real-time gesture recognition. In this phase, the model will process live video feeds, identifying and interpreting TSL gestures in real time. This will be integrated with the user-friendly interface, making it accessible for both sign-language users and hearing individuals. Deployment and continuous improvement. The model will be deployed on assistive devices and continuous user feedback will be collected to refine the system. Regular updates and maintenance will ensure the system evolves with the language, maintaining high performance. So these are the deployment features we are going to work with. So deployment, the trained and valid models are deployed on assistive devices, mobile phones, tablets, and computers, making TSL recognition. User feedback will be collected and analyzed for improvement of the system that meets the community. Updates and maintenance will be performed to improve the accuracy and to check the maintenance of systems high performance, and also monitor systems performance to identify potential issues closely. The advantages of hybrid model combining CNN, RNN, and transformers, Signet will achieve high enhanced accuracy and robustness, making it suitable for real-world application and seamless communication between the deaf and hearing communities. Signet will act as a promising for TSL recognition system. So as a conclusion, existing models, some fail to capture the subtle variations in TSL. Our hybrid model will effectively address these challenges, promoting accessibility and inclusively for the Tamil-speaking deaf community. Signet will set a new benchmark for TSL recognition, fostering effective communication and a more inclusive society. As a future direction, we will continue improving TSL recognition model, expanding datasets, and investigating real-time applications. Collaborating with the Tamil-speaking deaf community and cross-disciplinary research will further enhance the impact of our work. So, in this work, we are in the initial stage of data collection and pre-processing. So, it is our proposed model, and we hope that we will achieve accuracy and we will give better collaborative research on Tamil-speaking deaf community. And these are our references we have utilized in our work. And thank you for your attention. We look forward to your questions and a fruitful discussion on advanced TSL recognition.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks for presenting. Can we have the other person? We could have the Q&A session together, ma'am, at the end. So that's what we are planning.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
தொடங்கலாங்களா? கேக்குதுங்களா?
கண்டிப்பா மேம்.
ஓகே, நன்றிங்க. நன்றி.
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணி பார்க்குறீங்களா மேம்? அவங்க மறுபடியும் ஜாயின் பண்ணோம் மேம். அவங்க இப்போ இல்லை பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட் லிஸ்ட்ல. யா அவங்க அவங்க கனெக்ஷன் இல்லை மேம்.
ஓகே மேம், ஓகே மேம், நான் கால் பண்றேன்.
ஓகே மேம். ஓகே, தேங்க்ஸ் மேம். அவங்க ஜாயின் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க மேம். தேங்க்ஸ் மேம்.
வணக்கங்க. வணக்கம் அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம் மேம். அவங்க ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்றீங்களா மேம்?
இல்லைங்கம்மா, இல்ல நேரடியாக அப்படி பேசுறேன்.
ஷியோர் மேம். கிரேட் மேம், ப்ளீஸ்.
புத்தமும் நிறுவனம் நடத்துகின்ற இந்த கணினி மாநாட்டிலே இன்றைய என்னுடைய ஆய்வுக் கட்டுரையின் தலைப்பு கணினி மொழிபெயர்ப்பில் முன்னேற்றங்கள், தமிழ் ஆங்கில இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்பு நோக்கு என்ற தலைப்பிலான என்னுடைய ஆய்வு கட்டுரையினை வழங்க உள்ளேன். தொடக்கமாக தொன்மை வாய்ந்த மற்றும் செம்மையான தமிழ் மொழியானது தென்னிந்திய பகுதிகள், இலங்கை பகுதிகளில் அதிக அளவிலும், அமெரிக்கா, லண்டன், கனடா, மலேசியா, சிங்கப்பூர் உள்ளிட்ட பல்வேறு மேலை நாடுகளில் குறிப்பிடத்தக்க எண்ணிக்கையிலும் பேசப்பட்டு வருகின்றது. அந்த வகையிலே உலகில் தமிழும் ஆங்கிலமும் முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த மொழிகளாகும். இன்றைய உலகமயமாக்கலில் பயனளிக்கும் விதமாக இப்படியானதொரு இந்த ஒரு அரிய வகையிலே கணினி மாநாட்டினை நடத்துகின்ற இந்த மாநாட்டில் என்னுடைய ஆய்வு கட்டுரையினை வழங்குவதற்கு வாய்ப்பளித்தமைக்கு நன்றி கூறி, நாமக்கல் மாவட்டம் திருச்செங்கோடு அருள்மிகு அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரர் கலை மற்றும் அறிவியல் கல்லூரியிலிருந்து என்னுடைய தமிழ்துறை தலைவராக பணியாற்றி வருகிறேன். கனி மொழிபெயர்ப்பில் முன்னேற்றங்கள், தமிழ் ஆங்கில இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்பு. முக்கியமா பார்த்தோம்னா முதன்மையான இலக்கணம் மொழியியல் வெளிப்பாடு தேவை அப்படின்றத நம்ம உணரணும். அந்த வகையிலே நுட்பமான மொழிபெயர்ப்புக்கு தமிழ் மற்றும் ஆங்கில மொழிகளோட இலக்கணம் மற்றும் மொழியியல் வெளிப்பாடுகள் பற்றிய முழுமையான புலமை தேவைப்படுது. அப்ப இந்த இரு மொழிகளோட இலக்கணத்தினை அதனோட நுணுக்கங்களை அறிந்து மொழியியல் கோட்பாடுகளையும் நாம் தெரிந்து கொண்டால் ஒழிய இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு பயிற்சி செய்தல் அப்படின்றது ஒரு பயிற்சிக்கு அப்புறம் தான் நம்ம இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பை மேம்பட்டு கொண்டு வர செய்ய முடியும் அப்படின்றத நினைவுல வச்சுக்கணும். அந்த வகையிலே ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்க்கான உத்திகள், தமிழ் ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்க்கான உத்திகள் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா, தமிழில் இருந்து ஆங்கிலத்திற்கு மொழிபெயர்ப்பதற்கு முறையான அணுகுமுறை விவரங்கள் பெற்றிருப்பது நமக்கு தேவை. முறையான இருமொழி அறிவும் தேவை. அதே வகையில் அந்த மொழிக்கான முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளின் தரத்தை நம்ம நுட்பத்தையும் தரப்படுத்த சில குறிப்புகள் நம்ம பார்க்க வேண்டியதா இருக்குது. அந்த வகையில பார்த்தோம்னா, சொற்களஞ்சிய உருவாக்கம், ஒரு தரமான சொற்களஞ்சிய உருவாக்கம் இருந்தால் ஒழிய நாம் இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை தரமானதாக தர முடியுமா அப்படின்றது கேள்விக்குறி. அந்த வகையிலே தரமான மொழிபெயர்ப்பிற்கு தமிழ் மற்றும் ஆங்கிலம் இரண்டிலும் செம்மையான ஒரு சொற்களஞ்சியங்கள் உருவாக்குவது தேவையாக இருக்கிறது. மொழியின் சொல் வங்கியை விரிவாக பல்வேறு தமிழ் அகராதிகளும் மொழி கற்றல் பயன்பாடுகள் மற்றும் இலக்கியங்களை ஆராய்வதன் வகையிலுமே இந்த செம்மையான சொற்களஞ்சியத்தை உருவாக்க நாம் வழிவகை செய்ய முடியும். அந்த வகையிலே அடுத்ததாக நம்ம பார்த்தோம்னா, சமூக சூழலை புரிந்து கொள்ளல். அதாவது இந்த ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு அப்படிங்கும்போது அந்த மொழி குறித்த அந்த மொழியினுடைய சமூகத்தை சமூக சூழலை முக்கியமானதாக நம்ம கருதணும். ஆங்கில பிரதி ஒன்றில இடம்பெற்றக்கூடிய உண்மை பொருளை கண்டறிவதற்கு அதில் இருக்கின்ற அந்த டெக்ஸ்ட் அந்த டெக்ஸ்ட் எங்க உருவாகுதோ அந்த மொழியாளர்களோட பண்பாடு, வரலாறு மற்றும் சமூக சூழலுடன் நம்ம அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர் பழக்கி கொள்ளுதல், தன்னை பழக்கி அந்த மொழி சூழலுக்கும் சமூக சூழலுக்கும் ஏற்ற அந்த நிலைப்பாட்டில் இருந்துதான் அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பை வழங்கணும் அப்படின்றத கொடுக்க முடியும் முழுமையானதாக அப்படின்றது ஒண்ணு. அடுத்தது பாத்தீங்கன்னா மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகளை பயன்படுத்துதல். அதாவது பார்த்தோம்னா இணைய அகராதிகள், இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்பு மென்பொருள் மற்றும் அந்த இந்த மாதிரியான கருவிகள் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகளை பயன்படுத்துவது இன்றைய தேவை. இந்த கருவிகள் குறிப்புகளை விரைவாக வழங்குவதாக இருக்குது. முழுமையான மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை பின்பற்றவும் இது பயன்படும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம வச்சுக்கலாம். அடுத்தது இன்னொன்னு பார்க்கும்போது என்ன தோணுது அப்படின்னா, பிரதி அந்த மெய்ப்பு திருத்தம் இருக்கு இல்லையா, பிரதியோட மெய்ப்பு திருத்தம், அந்த பிரதியினை மொழிபெயர்த்த பின்னாடி அதில் இருக்கின்ற பிழைகள் மற்றும் முரண்பாடுகளை நீக்குவதற்கு நுணுக்கமான இறுதியான ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பை உறுதி செய்வதற்கும் மெய்ப்பு முக்கியம். அந்த மெய்ப்பு திருத்துதல் எப்படி இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இலக்கணம், நிறுத்தற்குறிகள் மற்றும் தொடர் அமைப்பு ஆகியவற்றினை கவனிச்சுதான் அந்த மெய்ப்பு திருத்துதலை ப்ரூஃப் ரீடரை பண்ணணும். அப்படி பண்ணனாதான் அது தரமானது ஒரு செம்மையானது ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பாக அமையும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். இவற்றினால் தமிழில் இருந்து ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள் தரத்தையும் நுட்பத்தையும் பயனுள்ளதாக நமக்கு உயர்த்த வழிவகை செய்யும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். அடுத்தது பாத்தீங்கன்னா, பொது பயன்பாட்டுல நம்ம கொடுக்கின்ற அந்த தமிழ் ஆங்கில சொற்றொடர்களின் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு வெளிப்பாட்டை பார்க்கும்போது நடைமுறையினை ஆழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும். இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற நடைமுறையில நம்ம பார்த்துட்டு பொதுவா பயன்படுத்துகின்ற அந்த தமிழ் சொற்றொடர்கள் மற்றும் அதனில் இடம்பெறக்கூடிய அதனோட வெளிப்பாட்டு திறன் இதெல்லாம் அறிந்து கொள்வது நமக்கு அவசியம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். எடுத்துக்காட்டா பார்த்தோம்னா, கடவுள் வாழ்த்து அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியும், காட் பிளஸ் யூ அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம். அடுத்து வாழ்க வளமுடன், லைவ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொல்றோம். காலை வணக்கம், குட் மார்னிங். அடுத்தது நான் பேசுகிறேன், ஐ ஸ்பீக். நீ என்ன செய்கிறாய், வாட் ஆர் யூ டூயிங். இந்த மாதிரியான இந்த சொற்களை எல்லாம் நம்ம மொழிபெயர்க்க நடைமுறை தமிழ் இதுல நம்ம கவனிக்கத்தக்கதாக நம்ம சொல்லலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். அடுத்தது இந்த சொற்றொடர்கள்லாம் இந்த நடைமுறை தமிழ் சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த சொற்றொடர்கள் போன்று அமைய பெற்றுள்ள பொதுவான சொற்றொடர்களுடன் மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர் தன்னை பழக்கப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளணும். ஒரு மொழியிலிருந்து இன்னொரு மொழிய மொழிபெயர்க்கின்ற அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர் தமிழ்ல இருக்கிறதையும் ஆங்கிலத்துல இருக்கிறதையும் அதை தன்வயப்படுத்திக்கணும் அப்படின்ற அந்த நிலையில இருந்துதான் தமிழ்ல இருந்து ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்பு பணிக்கு தங்களை இணைத்து கொண்டு ஒரு முழுமையானது ஒரு பங்களிப்பு ஆற்ற முடியும் அப்படின்றத சொல்லலாம். அடுத்தது பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த தமிழ் ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகள் மற்றும் வளங்கள் எப்படிப்பட்டதாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இன்றைய இந்த உலகமயமாக்கல் உலகத்துல பாத்தீங்கன்னா, தமிழ்ல இருந்து ஆங்கிலத்துல மொழிபெயர்க்க ஏராளமான கருவிகள் மற்றும் ஆதாரங்கள் நம்ம சொல்லலாம். இணைய தமிழ் ஆங்கில அகராதிகள் அதுல எடுத்துக்கலாம். தமிழ் லெக்சிகன் போன்ற இணைய தளங்கள், சொற்களுக்கான பொருள் பொருத்தமான பிற சொற்கள், பயன்பாட்டு எடுத்துக்காட்டுகளோட நம்ம வழங்குகின்ற அந்த பாங்கு, விரிவானது ஒரு அகராதி. இப்ப நம்ம ஒரு டிக்ஷனரி நம்ம கூகுள் நம்ம நேரடியா போயிட்டு ஒரு சொல்லுக்கான பொருளை தேடுறதை விட அதுல இருக்கின்ற உள்ளீடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற அந்த அகராதிகளை நம்ம எடுத்து பயன்படுத்தலாம் அப்படின்றது ஒண்ணு. இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்பு மென்பொருள்கள்லாம் இப்ப பல உருவாகிக்கொண்டே வந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. நம்ம கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் மற்றும் மெஷின் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் போன்ற இணைய இயங்குதளங்கள் விரிவான ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளுக்கு உதவும் வகையிலான அந்த இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்பு சேவைகளை வழங்குவதாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். இந்த இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள் நுட்பமான மொழிபெயர்ப்பு அமைப்பினை கொண்டு இருக்கல அப்படின்றத நம்ம கவனிக்கணும் இன்னைக்கும். எனவே அவற்றை தரமானதாகவும் நுட்பமானதாகவும் மாற்றுவதற்கு அதனோட மொழிபெயர்ப்போட இறுதி வடிவத்திற்கு பயன்படுத்தி கொள்ள வேணும் அப்படின்னா அதை மேலோட்டமாக நம்ம பயன்படுத்தக்கூடாது அப்படின்றதையும் நம்ம கவனத்துல வச்சுக்கணும். அதாவது அந்த மென்பொருள்களை நம்ம கனக்கச்சிதமாக ஒரு தரமானதாக நம்ம பயன்படுத்திக்கணும் அப்படின்றத இங்க சொல்லிக்கிறேன். அடுத்தது கணினி உதவி மொழிபெயர்ப்பு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு கம்ப்யூட்டர் அசிஸ்டட் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் கருவிகளோட சொல்லக்கூடிய SDI ட்ரேடர்ஸ் அண்டு இந்த மாதிரி கருவிகள்லாம் தொழில்முறை மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்களால் வந்து பெரும்பான்மை அது அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு வந்து ரெகுலரா அது ஒரு பயன்படுத்துறாங்க இல்லையா, அவங்க மட்டுமே பயன்படுத்துறதா இருக்குது. அப்ப இத வந்து ஜனரஞ்சகப்படுத்தணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். ஜனரஞ்சகம்னா அது வந்து அனைத்து மக்களும் அனைவருமே நம்ம பயன்படுத்துற மாதிரியான அந்த ஒரு தரவு தளமாக அது இருக்கணும் அப்படின்றதும் ஒண்ணு. அந்த ஒரு தரவு தளத்துல மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளை சேமிப்பிருப்பதன் உற்பத்தி திறன் பாத்தீங்கன்னா மேம்பட்ட நிலையில அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த டெக்ஸ்ட் இருக்கணும். அது வந்து லிட்ரேச்சரா இருக்கலாம், இல்ல சாதாரண அந்த நடைமுறை தமிழ் மொழிபெயர்ப்பா கூட இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். அடுத்தது பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த தமிழ் ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகள் மற்றும் வளங்கள் இப்படிப்பட்ட நிலையில இன்றைக்கு பார்த்தோம்னா உலகத்துல பார்த்தோம்னா தமிழ்ல இருந்து ஆங்கிலத்துல மொழிபெயர்க்க ஏராளமான கருவிகள் ஆதாரங்கள் இருக்குது. அவற்றுல சிறப்பு வாய்ந்ததாக நம்ம கவனிக்கத்தக்கது அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா இணைய தமிழ் அகராதிகள் இதெல்லாம் தான் நம்ம பெரும்பான்மை அகராதிகளை தான் நம்ம எடுத்துக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். அடுத்தது இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்பு மென்பொருள்கள். எப்படி நம்ம வந்து நம்ம ஏற்கனவே சொன்ன மாதிரி கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட், மெஷின் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் இது எல்லாத்தையும் நம்ம எப்படி நம்ம சொல்றோமோ அதே வகையான அந்த மேம்பட்ட தரமான அந்த கருவிகள் மூலங்களை பயன்படுத்துவது அப்படின்றதான் இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள்ல அதிக அளவு உதவி செய்யுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். அது மட்டுமல்லாமல் மொழிபெயர்ப்போட நுட்பம், செயல்திறன் இதெல்லாம் நமக்கு உதவிகரமாக இருக்கும். ஒரு சில தமிழ் மொழியோட தொடர் அமைப்பை பார்க்கும்போது கருத்துக்களுக்கு பொருத்தமானதாக ஆங்கிலத்துல இல்ல அப்படின்றத நம்ம கவனிக்கணும். அந்த உண்மை கருத்தோட பாதுகாப்பை எதிர்கொள்கின்ற அந்த திறன் அந்த ஆங்கில மொழியில இருக்கின்றதுதான் நமக்கு சவாலா தெரியுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். தமிழ்ல இருந்து ஆங்கிலத்துக்கு மொழிபெயர்ப்பது அப்படின்றது பாத்தீங்கன்னா மொழி கட்டமைப்பு ரெண்டுக்குமே வேறுபாடு இருக்குது. அதே மாதிரி இலக்கண கட்டமைப்பும் மாறுபட்டு இருக்கு. அதே மாதிரி பண்பாட்டோட வேறுபாடும் காரணமா சொல்லலாம். அப்ப இதெல்லாம் தான் நமக்கு தமிழ் ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்பு சவால்களாக நம்ம எடுத்துக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய செய்திகளா நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். தமிழ் மொழி சூழலுக்கு ஏற்ப தன்னை தகவமைத்து கொண்டாலன்றி இந்த தமிழ் மொழியோட அந்த பொருள் நம்ம ஒரு பாடுபொருளோ ஒரு சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த செய்தியின் அந்த உண்மையான பொருளோ ஆங்கிலத்துல மொழிபெயர்க்கின்ற அந்த ஆங்கில கட்டமைப்போட பொருந்தி வர மாதிரி நம்ம அந்த சூழலுக்கு ஏற்ப அந்த வேர் சொல்லும் பெயர் சொல் வினைச்சொல் இதெல்லாம் சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த இதெல்லாம் நம்ம சிக்கல் வராம நம்ம தரமானதாக உருவாக்க முயற்சிக்கணும் அப்படின்றதுதான் நம்மளோட இதா இருக்குது. இதுல முடிவா பாத்தீங்கன்னா முடிவுகள் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா தமிழ் ஆங்கில இயந்திர மொழிபெயர்ப்புல பத்தி வந்து அந்தந்த மொழிகளோட கணினி மொழியியல் மேம்பாடுகளும் மொழியோட ஆக்கங்களும் பண்பாட்டு வேறுபாடுகளை கண்டறிய உதவுகின்றன அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற இந்த தொழில்நுட்ப வளர்ச்சியால தமிழ் ஆங்கில இயந்திர மொழியாக்கம் பல்வேறு முன்னேற்றங்கள் அடைய பெற்றுள்ளன அப்படின்னாலும் முழுமை பெற்ற ஒரு நுட்பமான மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை எட்டல அப்படின்ட்டுதான் நம்ம பார்க்க முடியுது. மொழிபெயர்ப்பின் தரத்தினை உயர்த்துவதற்கு வந்து அன்றாட அந்த தொழில்நுட்ப பயனாளிகள், தொழில்நுட்பத்தை பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய பயனாளிகள், மொழியியல் அறிஞர்கள், கல்வியாளர்கள் இவர்கள் எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து ஒரு அறநெறி கோட்பாட்டின் வழியாக தான் இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு நடைமுறைகளை உறுதிப்படுத்தணும் அப்படின்றது தேவை, இன்றைய தேவை அப்படின்றத முன்வைக்கிறேன். முடிவுகளாகவும் அதையே சொல்லிக்கிறேன். நன்றி. இந்த அருமையானது ஒரு வாய்ப்பிற்கு மிக்க நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். கேக்குது?
மிக்க நன்றி மேம். ஏதாவது கேள்விகள் இருந்தா கேட்கலாம். கேளுங்க சார். ஒரு கேள்வி இருக்கு மேம்.
முதல் கேள்வி வந்து இந்த இதுக்கு முன்பு வழங்கின அந்த ஜெஸ்டர் தமிழ் சைகை மொழி அதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு செயற்கை மாடல் வந்து வழங்கியிருந்தாங்க. அதை வந்துட்டு நீங்க அதுல வந்து ரெண்டு பாகமா வச்சுக்கலாம். இன்னொன்று நீங்க அதை அந்த மாதிரியை வந்து நீங்க பொது வெளியில ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் பண்ற மாதிரி எதுவும் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு நோக்கம் இருக்குதா? தமிழ் சைன் லாங்குவேஜ்
பண்ணலான்ட்டு தான் சார் இருக்கும். இப்போதான் இனிஷியல் ஸ்டேட்ல இருக்கும். ஏன்னா நாங்களும் ரெஃபரன்சஸ் நாங்கள் நிறைய செக் பண்ணப்போ எங்களுக்கு அதுக்கு அந்த செய்கை மொழிக்கான நிறைய டேட்டா செட்ஸோ இல்லை வந்துட்டு ரிசர்ச்சோ எங்களுக்கு வந்துட்டு கிடைக்கல. இன்கேஸ் நாங்கள் டெவலப் பண்ணால் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸாக பண்ணலான்ற ஐடியாவில் தான் சார் இருக்கும்.
அதே மாதிரி நீங்க வந்து டேட்டா செட் கலெக்ஷனுக்கும் வந்து ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ்ல நீங்க பண்ணீங்கன்னா இணையம் வழியா பலரும் வந்து அதுக்கு பங்களிக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு வந்து
கண்டிப்பா சார்
அது ஒரு உதவி அமையும். அடுத்த கேள்வி வந்து மலைக்கல்
ரொம்ப நல்லா இருந்துச்சு பிரசன்டேஷன். அது ரொம்ப ப்ராக்டிகல், ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லான ஒரு விஷயம். நான் பார்க்கல இது மாதிரி ஒரு இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ஒரு ஆர்கிடெக்சர் பேசும்போது நீங்க சொன்னீங்க கம்பைன் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க கன்வென்ஷன் நியூரல் நெட்வொர்க்ஸ் எல்லாத்தையுமே கம்பைன் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. அதுக்கு ஏதாவது ஸ்பெசிபிக் ரீசன் இருக்கா?
எஸ் சார், ஸ்பெசிபிக் ரீசனும் நாங்கள் வந்துட்டு பாயிண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் சார். ஏன்னா வந்து CNN வந்துட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒவ்வொரு அல்காரிதமுக்கும் நம்மளுக்கு வந்துட்டு ஸ்பெசிபிக் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் வந்துட்டு இருக்குங்க சார். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சார் சிஎன்என்ல வந்துட்டு பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் செய்கை மொழி ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது நாங்க வந்துட்டு இமேஜஸ் அதான் கலெக்ட் பண்றோம். இமேஜஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி இமேஜஸ் என்னோட பேஸ் ரிசர்ச் ஒர்க்கு இமேஜ் ப்ராசஸிங் தான். ப்ளஸ் வந்துட்டு பாத்தீங்கன்னா செய்கை மொழி எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு நம்மளுக்கு இமேஜஸா கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு அதை ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணி அதை சிஸ்டமை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணிட்டு பண்றோம் சார். அதனால ஸ்பேஷியல் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் எடுக்கிறதுக்காக நாங்க வந்துட்டு சிஎன்என் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நெக்ஸ்ட் வந்துட்டு பாத்தீங்கன்னா RNNல ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா LSTM லாங் ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் மெமரி அப்படின்ட்டு ஒரு கான்செப்ட் ஒன்று இருக்குங்க சார். ஸோ வந்துட்டு நம்மளுக்கு ஏற்கனவே இப்போ செய்கை மொழி வார்த்தை எழுத்து அடுத்து வந்துட்டு வார்த்தைக்கு உபயோகப்படுத்தலாம் அப்படின்ற யோசிச்சு வச்சிருக்கோங்க சார். வார்த்தை அப்படின்ட்டு வரும்போது எனக்கு வந்துட்டு முன்னாடி எழுத்து பின்னாடி எழுத்து அதனோட சீக்வன்ஸ் நம்ம டிக்ஷனரியில எப்படி வருதோ அதே மாதிரி அந்த சீக்வன்ஸ் வந்துட்டு நம்மளுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்குங்க. அதனால எனக்கு அந்த ரிமைண்டர் அந்த மெமரிக்காக நம்ம வந்துட்டு LSTM ஃபீச்சர் வந்துட்டு நாங்கள் எடுத்துருக்கோம் சார். ஸோ ஸ்பேஷியலுக்காக CNN, RNN வந்துட்டு டெம்பரலுக்காகவும் நான் வந்துட்டு யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்கோம் சார். இது எங்களோட ஜஸ்ட் ப்ரொபோசல் தான், நாங்கள் இன்னும் இப்போதான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிருக்கோம் சார்.
டிஃப்யூஷன் மாடல்ஸ் ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க. ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபார்மர்ஸ்ல எல்லாமே பண்ணலாம். நீங்க ரெண்டு சொல்லுங்க. ஒன்னு வந்து ரிசர்ச் சைட்ல பண்ணும்போது ஒண்ணு, இன்னொன்று வந்து அதை நீங்க ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸா வெளியே விட்டுறீங்க, யாராவது வந்து அதை எடுத்து யூஸ் பண்ணணும் செய்யணும் அப்படின்னா ப்ராக்டிகலா யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னு பார்க்கும்போது மல்டிபிள் மாடல்ஸ் போட்டு கம்பைன் பண்ணா ஆப்ரேஷனைஸ் பண்றது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். ப்ரொடக்ஷன் ரேட் போடுறாங்க அப்படின்னா இப்ப டிஃப்யூஷன் மாடல்ஸ் வந்து உங்களுக்கு எல்லாமே பண்ண வைக்கலாம். நீங்க டிரான்ஸ்ஃபார்மர்ஸ் அந்த ஆர்கிடெக்சர் வந்து லிட்டரலா வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராமபிள் டிஃபரன்ஷியல் கம்ப்யூட்டர் மாதிரியே வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஓகே, யூ அப்ரோச் இட் தட் வே அப்படின்னா இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் ஒண்ணா வச்சே சால்வ் பண்ண முடியும். நீங்க பல விஷயங்களை கம்பைன் பண்ணோம்னா ரிசல்ட்ஸும் நல்லா வரும்.
ஓகே சார், தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் சார்.
இன்னொரு கேள்வி இருக்குங்க.
வசந்தகுமாரி பேராசிரியர் அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு கேள்வி.
வணக்கம் சொல்லுங்க.
வணக்கம், நல்ல கட்டுரை. நான் வந்து என் பேர் முத்து, நான் வந்து இங்க கணினியாளராக வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கீங்க. ஸோ இங்க வந்து தமிழ் கணினியில இயங்கும் போது அந்த டெக்னாலஜி பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ல பார்க்கும்போது எங்களுக்கு அந்த ஒட்டு மொழி அப்படிங்கிறதுல வந்து நிறைய ஒரு சிக்கல்கள் இருக்கு. அதுக்கு வந்துட்டு அதை கையாளுறதுக்கு தமிழ் இலக்கணம், இலக்கியம், தமிழ் துறை சார்ந்து எதுவும் புதிய கண்டெடுப்புகள் இருக்கா? அதாவது தொல்காப்பியம் அதெல்லாம் தாண்டி சமீப காலத்துல எதுவும் கண்டெடுப்புகள் இருக்கா? அதை வந்து கையாளுறது
செம்மொழி தமிழ் ஆய்வு மத்திய நிறுவனத்துல பல நூல்கள் வந்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க ஐயா. கிட்டத்தட்ட 26 மொழிகள் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. திருக்குறள் ஆகட்டும், தொல்காப்பியம் ஆகட்டும்.
இல்ல, நான் வந்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பு பத்தி கேட்கல. ஒட்டு மொழி அப்படிங்கிற அந்த அக்ளூட்டினேட்டிவ் லாங்குவேஜ் அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து தமிழ் மொழியை வந்து குறிக்கும் ஒரு லிங்குவிஸ்டிக் கிளாசிபிகேஷன் இருக்கு. அந்த ஒட்டு மொழி வந்து கையாளுவதற்கு தமிழ் துறையில வந்து எதுவும் புதிய கண்டெடுப்புகள் இருக்கா அப்படின்னு?
தற்போது இப்ப நான் செம்மொழி ஒரு இது சிபிஎல் நடத்தக்கூடிய அந்த செம்மொழி மாநாட்டுக்கு போனேங்கய்யா. நம்ம இது சார்ந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க இப்போதைக்கு நம்ம தரவுகள் கிடைக்கலன்னு தான் சொல்லணும். ஏன்னா மொழியியல் ஆய்வு பாத்தீங்கன்னா இப்போதைக்கு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு எனக்கு நான் பார்க்கலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
சரி மேடம். அடுத்த கேள்வி வந்து நன்றி. அடுத்த கேள்வி வந்து இண்டிக் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு சொல்லாடல் வந்து இந்த தமிழ் கனிமையை வந்து இப்போ ஒரு ஒரு வரம்புக்குள்ள கொண்டாட பல முயற்சிகள் நடக்குது. இப்போ அந்த ஏஐ அந்த தொழில்நுட்பத்துல அந்த ஏஐ மொழி மாதிரிகளை வந்து இண்டிக் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி தமிழை குறிக்கிறாங்க. இத பத்தி உங்களோட எண்ணம் என்ன? அதாவது முன்பு வந்து இந்தியன் லாங்குவேஜஸ் அப்படிங்கிற சொல்லாடல் வந்து தமிழை வந்து குறிப்பதற்காக இருந்தது. வந்து திராவிடியன் லாங்குவேஜஸ் அந்த ஃபேமிலிக்குள்ள திராவிட மொழிகள் அப்படின்னு நம்ம பல பத்தாண்டுகளா நம்ம வந்து குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கோம். ஒரு இண்டிக் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு இது கையாளப்படுது. அதை பத்தி எதுவும் உங்களோட கமெண்ட்ஸ்
இந்தி அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா
இண்டிக்னு சொல்றாங்க.
இண்டிகா அந்த மாதிரி அந்த இண்டிகா அந்த மாதிரி இண்டிக் அப்படின்னு குறிக்கிறாங்க தமிழ்.
INDIC இண்டிக் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அது தமிழ் மொழியை குறிப்பிடுறாங்க. அதை பத்தி உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது கருத்து இருக்கான்னு கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா?
இல்ல நான் ஏதோ வாசிக்கும் போது வாசிச்ச மாதிரி நினைவுங்க. அது அந்த அளவுக்கு நல்லா வரல, தெரியல.
வட்டார வழக்குகளை மொழிபெயர்ப்புல புதுசா ஏதாவது சிக்கல்களோ இல்ல வந்து புது முயற்சிகளோ ஏதாவது
வட்டார வழக்கு அது பண்ணிட்டு தாங்க இருக்காங்க. வட்டார வழக்கு மொழிகளை அந்த
வட்டார மொழிகள்ல வந்துட்டு டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் வந்துட்டு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கா, ஐ மீன் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் வந்துட்டு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஓகேங்களா, ஒரிஜினலான வார்த்தைங்க அது ஒவ்வொரு வட்டாரத்துல எப்படி சொல்றாங்க அப்படின்ற ஒர்க் வந்துட்டு போயிட்டு இருக்குங்க சார்.
அதே மாதிரி தமிழ் பேரகராதி திருத்த பணி திட்டத்துல அந்த வட்டார மொழிக்கான அகராதிகள்லாம் போட்டிருக்காங்க. வட்டார வழக்கு சொற்களுக்கான அகராதிகள் நாங்க வேலை பார்த்தப்போ கொஞ்சம் பணியாற்றணும்.
வட்டார வழக்குகளையும் வந்து சொற்களஞ்சியத்திலையும் சொல்ல அகராதிலையும் சேர்க்கிற முயற்சிகள் வந்து
வட்டார மொழிகளை வந்து அந்த வார்த்தைகளை வந்து சொல் களஞ்சியத்துல சேர்க்கிற மாதிரி ஏதாவது முயற்சிகள் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கீங்களான்னு கேக்குறாங்க.
தமிழ்நாடு அரசு அதற்கான முயற்சிகள் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்குதுயா. அதற்கான அந்த சொற்பொருள் களஞ்சியம்
ஆண்டாலஜி மாதிரி ஏதாவது இருக்கா மேம் அந்த வட்டார மொழிகளுக்கு உங்களுக்கு நீங்க பண்றதுல? டாக்ஸானமி இல்லைன்னா ஆண்டாலஜி அந்த மாதிரி?
இல்ல, இப்போ நாங்க வந்துட்டு ஆண்டாலஜி லெவலுக்கு நாங்க இன்னும் போகல. அதுவும் வந்துட்டு பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ஒரு சில இப்ப ஃப்ரீக்வெண்டா யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க வேர்ட்ஸ் ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல எப்படி யூஸ் பண்றாங்க அப்படின்றது மட்டும்தான் நாங்க எடுத்து ட்ரைனிங் வந்துட்டு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். இனிமே தான் ஆண்டாலஜி வந்துட்டு டெவலப் பண்ணுவாங்க.
ஓகே மேம், தேங்க்யூ
மேம். என்னோட பிரசன்டேஷன்ல அந்த சிமாண்டிக் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு மீனிங் சொன்னேன்லங்க மேம். இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி ரிசர்ச்சஸ் வந்து இப்போ அவங்க சொல்றது வந்து நாங்க பண்றோங்க மேம். ஒரு வேர்டுக்கான இப்போ நம்ம இந்த ஆன்லைன் பர்ச்சேசஸ் ஆன்லைன் இதெல்லாம் ஆர்டர் பண்ணும்போது சில வார்த்தைகள் ஒவ்வொரு மாநிலத்திலும் ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துலையும் வழக்கு சொல் மாறுபடுது. அதை அவங்க சர்ச் பண்ணும் பொழுது அது எல்லாமே ஒரே பொருளை தான் குறிக்குது. ஸோ அப்போ எந்த மாதிரி சொல் என்ன மாதிரி வழக்கு இருக்கு என்ன மாதிரி அவங்க ப்ரொனவுன்ஸ் பண்றாங்க, அவங்க ஸ்லாங் மாறுது, அவங்களுடைய அந்த அந்த பொருளுடைய மீனிங் நமக்கு புரியல. அந்த மாவட்டத்துல சொல்றது மாநிலத்துல சொல்றது எல்லாமே நமக்கு புதிதா இருக்கு. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கலெக்ஷன்ஸ் சொல்லிட்டு அது எல்லாமே வந்து ஒரு ஆன்லைன்ல ஒரு அமேசான் நம்ம ஆர்டர் போடுறோம்னா அந்த பொருள் தான் இது அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரியானது எல்லாமே வந்து நீங்க சொல்ற மாதிரி அந்த சிமாட்டிக்லி வருதுங்க. அந்த ஆண்டாலஜி இதுலயுமே வந்து வேர்டு ப்ராசஸிங் நேச்சுரல் லாங்குவேஜ் ப்ராசஸிங் NLPல அது ஒரு பெரிய டாஸ்கா போயிட்டு இருக்குதுங்க. NLP அப்படிங்கிற டொமைன்ல எல்லாமே என்ன நேச்சுரல் லாங்குவேஜ் ப்ராசஸிங்ல சிமாட்டிக் அண்ட் ஆண்டாலஜி இது ரெண்டுமே வந்து இப்போ வந்து ரொம்ப ட்ரெண்டிங்கான ஒரு இது. லைவ் சர்வே லைவ் குவிஸ் அந்த மாதிரி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கேட்குறப்ப அது அவங்க என்ன மீனிங்ல அவங்க எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க, அது என்ன மாதிரியான ஒரு எக்ஸ்பிரஷன்ஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஸோ அதை வச்சு நம்ம என்ன ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட், அந்த மாதிரியான சில ஒர்க்ஸும் லைவ்ல போயிட்டு இருக்கு.
ஓகே மேம், தேங்க்ஸ் a lot மேம். வேற ஏதாவது கேள்விகள் இருக்காங்க? சொல்லுங்க சார்.
தமிழ் ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்புல அறநெறி கோட்பாடுகள் அவசியம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, அது என்ன கோட்பாடு நீங்க சொல்ல வந்தீங்க?
தமிழ் மொழிபெயர்ப்புல வந்து அறமொழி
ஆங்கில மொழிபெயர்ப்புல அறநெறி கோட்பாடுகளை வந்து முன்வைக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க.
அறநெறி கோட்பாடுகள் என்ன முன்வைக்கணும்னு நீங்க சொல்றீங்கன்னு கேக்குறாங்க உங்களோட பிரசன்டேஷன்.
அந்த உண்மையான அந்த சூழலுக்கு ஏற்ற அந்த பொருண்மைய அப்படியே எடுத்து சொல்றதா இருக்கணும். ஏன்னா நம்ம ஒரு ஒரு லிட்ரேச்சர் தான் நம்ம பெரும்பான்மை நம்ம பேராசிரியர்கள் தமிழ் அப்படின்றதுனால நம்ம லிட்ரேச்சர் உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்றதா இருக்குங்க. அது எப்படின்னா நம்ம வந்து உள்ளது உள்ளபடி மொழிபெயர்க்கணும். இப்ப பொருளுக்கு பொருள்னா பொருள், சொல்லுக்கு சொல்லுனா சொல்லு அப்படின்னு. ஒரு ஒரு சொல்லுக்கும் ஒரு ஒரு பொருள். அப்ப இந்த இடத்துல எந்த பொருத்தமா இருக்கோ அதை அறநெறியா நம்ம பயன்படுத்தணும். அந்த மாதிரிதான் நான் சொன்னேங்க, அறநெறி கோட்பாடு. ஏன்னா நம்மளா ஒண்ணு யோசிச்சுட்டு அத அந்த மொழிக்கு மாத்தி எழுதக்கூடாது. பிற மொழிக்கு எழுதுறது மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளரோட இத குறைக்கும் அப்படின்றத அங்க நம்ம சொல்றதுங்க. ஒரு செம்மைத்தன்மை மொழிபெயர்ப்புல இருக்குமா அப்படின்றது கேள்விக்குறியா இருக்கும். அப்படின்றதுனாலதான் அறநெறி சார்ந்து நம்ம அதை இயங்கணும், மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளரோட அத கடமையா இருக்கணும் அப்படின்றத முன்வைச்சோம்.
ரொம்ப சரியான கருத்து மேம். நன்றி மேம், ரொம்ப மிக்க நன்றி. எல்லாரும் எல்லா கேள்விகளையும் நீங்க அழகா எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணீங்க.
நன்றி.
இதெல்லாம் வந்து எப்படி நம்ம ஹேண்டில் பண்ற மாதிரி நீங்க இப்போ ஒரே ஒரு சொல் வந்து ஒரு 4-5 வார்த்தைகளுக்கு பொருள்படும் இல்லைங்களா? ஸோ அந்த பொருள் வந்து இப்போ இந்த வேற லாங்குவேஜ்ல மாற்றும் போது அது நீங்க சொல்ற அந்த இது வந்து மாறுபடும் இல்லையா? அப்போ அதை எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்றீங்க?
ஒரே சொல் வந்து நிறைய நிறைய பொருள்படும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. அதான் நம்ம கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் பார்ப்போம்ல,
அந்த இடத்துக்கு பொருத்தமான
எப்படி மேட்ச் பண்ணுவோம் இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி வரும்போது? இப்போ ஆனாவே வந்து பசுன்னு இருக்கு, அது மாதிரி இன்னும் ஒரு பல பொருள் கருத்துன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. அப்போ அதை எப்படி வந்து கணினி அதை எப்படி மேப் பண்ணுவோம்?
அது நான் ஆன்சர் பண்றேங்க சார். பேஸ்ட் ஆன் த கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் நம்ம கொடுக்கறத வச்சு ஐ வில் பி ஏபிள் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் அந்த பர்டிகுலர் வார்த்தை வந்து என்ன மீன் பண்ணுங்கிறத வந்து அந்த வார்த்தையோட மீனிங் மட்டும் எடுக்காம ஓவரால் பாடி ஆஃப் த லாங்குவேஜ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த ஹோல் கான்டெக்ஸ்ட்டை வச்சு இட் வில் பி ஏபிள் டு மேப் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் த சிமாண்டிக் மேப்பிங். இட் வில் பி ஏபிள் டு டு இட்.
அந்த வாக்கியம் வந்து இருக்கு, முன்னாடி வரதையும் இருக்கும், பின்னாடி
ஆமா.
ரெண்டுத்தையும் எடுக்கும்போது என்ன ஆகும்னா உங்களுக்கு நீங்க சொல்ற அந்த கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் கிடைச்சிடும் இல்லையா? ஸோ அது இருந்தாலே உங்களுக்கு வந்து அந்த இது எதுவுமே வேர்ல்ட் லெவலில் ட்ரைன் மேபி லைக் நான் என்னோட டாப் மீன்ஸ் நான் வேற சம் பார்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் இட் எதையுமே வந்து வேர்ல்ட் லெவலில் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணல, ஒரு சீக்வன்ஸாக தான் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும். முன்னாடி வந்து பின்னாடி வந்து எல்லாமே எடுத்து தான் ஒரு சீக்வன்ஸாக ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும், ரைட்? அந்த ஒரு ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் நம்ம பண்ணும்போதுமே இப்போ வந்து டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனே பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா வேர்ல்ட் பை வேர்ல்ட் ப்ரெடிக்ட் ஆகும். பட் ஆனால் அதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன வந்துச்சோ அதை எல்லாத்தையும் ப்ரெடிக்ட் பண்ணுது. ஸோ
கண்டிப்பா
ஆமா, அதுவும் நீங்க வந்து அந்த வார்த்தை மட்டும் தனியா பார்க்கல, டிக்ஷனரி மாதிரி பார்க்கல, ரைட்? இட் ஹஸ் a கான்டெக்ஸ்ட், முன்னாடி வரதுல அதனால வந்து தப்பு நிறைய நடக்காது. தப்பு நடக்கிறது பாசிபிலிட்டி இருக்கு, ஆனால் நிறைய நடக்காது.
ஆமா, I think that tomorrow also we have a session with sir. Thank you. மேம், ரொம்ப நன்றி மேம். நீங்க எல்லாருமே எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணது எல்லாமே ரொம்ப அழகா இருந்தது. தமிழை வந்து இன்னும் ஒரு ஆர்வம் எங்களுக்கு கிரியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. இவ்வளவு தூரம் பேசுறீங்க, இவ்வளவு தூரம் நடக்குதுங்கிறத பார்க்கும்போது தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் மேம் ஃபார் ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ ஜாயினிங். தேங்க்யூ.
நன்றி. நன்றிங்கம்மா. நன்றி வாய்ப்புக்கு.
தேங்க்யூ.
is collected.
வசந்தகுமாரி மேம், நீங்க இன்னும் இணைப்புல தான் இருக்கீங்க. நீங்க இது பண்ணிக்கிறீங்களா மேம்?
ஆமா